This isn't quite what I had for you, but not a professional meeting. I thought like we're sort of lost that.
Should we take it to the table? Yes. Thank you. Hi. How are you? Yeah.
Would you like one too?
Yeah.
All right. If I could have everyone's attention, please. Did everybody sign who wishes to speak that's here right now? Okay, and then, and I'm assuming we have a little checkbox on the left-hand side for any of you that have already sent an email to the board that still wish to speak. Is there anybody in the room that sent an email to us already that signed up to speak as well at this point? Okay, a few of you, okay, which is fine. I just wanted to make sure we don't have that many people to speak at the moment, so I'm not too concerned with that. We're gonna have you guys move towards the back end so we can give everybody a voice who hasn't had one yet. But with 11 of us, or 11 on here at this point, we should be good. Okay. Okay, so. Okay, so we do have. All right, didn't really want to use my phone. All right, we do have a quorum, so we'll call the meeting to order here at 6:31. And I just want to make sure too that as all of you guys that have just, thank you so much. We appreciate your involvement in all of this. I just want to make sure you're aware this is a working meeting for the board. So we would ask that you're respectful and quiet and listen to what's going on. Community dialogue we'll get to pretty quickly here. But just make sure it is a working meeting and so we can hear each other and converse and do our normal meeting as we do. So we will go to, looks like everybody got their stuff for the adoption of the agenda. If anybody has any questions or concerns with the agenda, I will entertain a motion to approve that. Okay, so Ethan moved, Eric seconds, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed, same. Okay, agenda approved. Approval of our July 21st minutes. Everybody gets a second if they need to review those. It should be in their slides there somewhere. Or Jennifer, are the meeting minutes attached to that somewhere in there? I don't know if they're sitting there or not. Is there a way we can get copies of it? We can move it. Or we can. We don't have hard copies. So I don't have one of those. Sorry, thanks for your patience. First time we kind of broke out the Chromebooks here. I'll say, yeah, if you want to pass that, if anybody needs to look at it on there, that way we can make sure. All right, if everybody's reviewed it, I will, when everybody's done, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from July 21st. right, those same. Minutes approved. All right, so we'll get down to our Booster Club and USPTO. We bumped you guys up above community dialogue so we can get you in and out if you are choosing to not stay. So we'll go Booster Club here first with Harlan Wakeman.
I'm guarding.
I think it's on. It's on.
I'll speak. Yeah. So financially, with our booster club, operating account, roughly $7,500 in that for with our concessions that we started at the moment now. Our ego account, we're at a little bit above 19,000, which we're already going to be having some less bills going in the next couple weeks, which will take $13,000 out of that account. One of our other bills we haven't got operating wise for the ego, about $9,000 out of all that. That other numbers that we know on a little bit. We're going to about the time we're going to have that bus go here, we're going to start second session. So our race will just a little bit for that. That's a part of it.
Any questions for Marlon at this point? Perfect, short and sweet. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here. All right, USPTO, Jillian.
Okay, we gave you guys each a breakdown of our budget, and this is May through the end of August. So it looks like our total expenses were $800, a little over that. Income. And then our breakdown of expenses is there too, at that 15,000. Really, if I could read on paper, you're good. Do you guys have any questions for me from what you have in front of you? Our total assets are in there as well. You can see that.
You want to tell us a little about the fundraiser?
Oh yeah, I can tell you, business started today. We're really hoping to meet. Last year, we're doing in-person and online availability this year. They kind of incorporated that with all the COVID stuff that went on last year, so that's kind of exciting for people to continue to do that and make it easier for out-of-town people to do, they can donate at that as well. If they want to buy, they can still donate to the kids. So, which is great, but that kicked off today. From what I heard, the elementary and middle school are very excited about that. So we're hoping to at least make that same 30,000 mark. We're hoping to get closer to 40 or 50 this year, but we're very hopeful about it. So it's gonna be fun.
Thank you for doing that.
Of course, anytime, yeah.
Any questions for Jillian? All right,
Thank
perfect.
you.
Thanks for coming, Jillian. Appreciate it. All right, so that takes us to the fun part of the meeting here. All right. So I just want to say a few quick words before we get into our community dialogue portion. I can speak for myself, and I'm pretty sure that I can confidently say for the board as well that we have read every email that has come in. We ended up with, I think, a little over 100 at my last count. Okay, so in a diverse group, we got healthcare workers, grandparents, parents, teachers, students, the whole gamut. And so what I took from it, for everybody, is that it's clear that everybody, we all want what's best for our kids, and that looks very different in every single family. We want our kids to be safe and be in school, and that looks completely different in every single family. So this board obviously has been tasked with a very difficult decision that, it's impossible, so to speak, to please every single person, obviously. So I want to thank all of the board members, first of all, for volunteering your time away from your families, your jobs, your kids, sporting events, whatever, whatever it is, for the amount of time. I know I have put in hours and hours and hours over this last week of research and reading emails and writing. I mean, I've got a mess of papers here that hopefully I can keep straight. But I just ask that you guys have grace with the board tonight. Okay, we're gonna do what we can in the best way we can. Some of us have been on this board for a number of years, and some of us, this is our first or second meeting. So some of that stuff they're getting thrown into the fire a little bit and haven't had the opportunity to have some of our normal meetings. And obviously we are all parents of UH kiddos here as well. So we are in the same boat you guys are, want the same things for our kids. We just have to make this decision and weigh every opportunity and all everybody's opinions and the way they want things to function. So I want this to be a respectful evening, but everybody that's going to speak, everybody that's here, we're obviously, a lot of us feel we're a family and have been. You've been here a long time. So let's set a good example for our kiddos, for our community, for everybody involved, that we can handle this like adults and get through this and not have any issues like you see on horrible videos all over the country. So hopefully that's a deal that everybody can go with. So the way it'll work, we've set aside an hour for community dialogue. Right now on my sheet here, I have 11 speakers. So to make sure, because we only have 11, we'll go, each person's gonna have 4 minutes to talk. We were gonna have that lower, 5's the max we would go anyways, but 4 should give everybody enough time, even if you run over a little, so we can try to stay within our hour. So we will do 4 minutes each person. So I'll ask you guys to obviously respect your time limit, please, and try to stay within that. If you go over a little, that's fine. We're going to make you leave if you're over a little. We will have a timer up here for you to see, so you can see that. And let's see here. Also, community dialogue is just that. When you guys are going to address the board, there will be no conversations, questions, any of that stuff happening between us and you as community dialogue. You will come up and talk. We will thank you for being here. We appreciate it. And then we will continue to move on with our meeting after that. If you choose to stay, remember it's a working meeting. And we're going to deliberate and go through everything just like our normal meeting. And that will last as long as it takes, obviously, tonight. So we want to thank you all for coming and participating in this decision. I was super happy with how many emails we got, because it takes all of us to express that, so we have a ton of information at our disposal to make decisions. So we'll go ahead and get started. So I'm just going to go down the list as it was signed up. And if you could just say your name and the age or grade that your kiddos are in, so we have a reference of where your kiddos are in the school. Yes, and obviously, and some of you, everybody got the agenda as well, but just as a reference, we are going to talk about this, obviously at length, in an agenda item later in the agenda, where we will get into detail to discuss as a board and all of that. So that will happen tonight. And you're all welcome to stay. You're all welcome to leave after you speak. But it's an open meeting, so you can do as you choose. We just ask you to be quiet and be respectful, and we'll get through this hopefully as a group here. So. And then if you can, Dave, somebody make sure you please speak into the microphone, because we do have this on Zoom for people who couldn't attend or are at home and want to watch it at home. So make sure you're in the microphone and you can kind of hear how your voice sounds a little bit. It's not too loud, but perfect. So does anybody have any questions about anything I kind of said or any kind of procedural stuff before we get going? I want everybody to feel comfortable. Ed?
I just gotta ask about something. You added to the list. Is there anyone we did add to the list?
Sure. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like Jack Hughes. We will start with you, the first one on the list.
Hi, my name is Jack. I'm a senior here at UH, and I'm here to talk in favor of masks. So the main worry for me and everyone that I've talked to at school is going back online, going back to Zoom and learning through that, because we would do just about anything to avoid that. We remember the last 18 months trying to learn through the camera, trying to learn through our computers. It did not work for 99% of us. Talk to just about anybody, and they'll tell you that we're going online and we check out mentally. We are like, awesome, 5-day weekend. But learning in school with like our teacher up there, with our friends like with us, okay. That works. That works very well, and it works very well with masks still. Last year, we wore masks on our hybrid days. I was in person 2 days a week. I wore my mask, and it was fine. I could still talk to my friends. I could hear teachers. I could still talk. I could still learn. I've been doing it the last couple weeks in school. I've had no problems. Like, forget about it. Maybe a class, maybe 20 minutes in some days. Now, a massive part of high school, as like we all know, is socializing. It's having our friends, it's having our teachers, it's learning how to communicate with them and how to talk to them in healthy ways. And masks don't impact that. But learning online does, very much so. Masks, we can still talk, we can still learn, but online we can't. That's what I'm trying to say. The most important thing to all of us is being in school, seeing our friends, having those after school activities, sports, knowledgeable theater, all of that. That is what we care about having. And masks are probably the best way to keep that. And the best way to keep ourselves safe. But it's something that we all have to do. It can't be just highly recommended that everyone wears masks. We have to cooperate on it, because if we don't, as we've seen for the last year and a half, nothing gets done. We just stay in this pandemic. We stay in this state of, are we in school? Are we going to go back online? What's the deal? And to stay in school for us, that means making a small sacrifice for everybody. And it means making that sacrifice and being proactive about doing it before we're about to go online, before a majority of our kids have COVID, before they give it to their immunocompromised family. That's all I have to say. Thank you for listening to me. I hope you take into account what I've said. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate you being here. Okay, looks like Aaliyah, maybe Archer.
Hi, can everybody hear me okay? People in the back as well? Awesome, thank you. Hi, my name is Leah Archer. I am a high school senior here at university. I have been here since 4th grade, and I am here in favor of masks. I just got out of a week-long quarantine because I was sick. Not me quarantined because I was exposed, because I was sick. I have been fully vaccinated since May, and I have been wearing my mask to school every day as much as I can, with the exception of lunch or drinking from my water bottle. I have done everything in my power to keep myself from getting sick and family around me. My grandparents who live in town have been in and out of the hospital, and my family has been trying to do their best to keep them safe as well. And in spite of all of my efforts, I still got sick. I was stuck not going to work and not coming to school for a whole week. My mental health this last week has suffered in a way that I have never experienced before in my life. I sat in my room for a week on my bed, lying down wondering if it was ever going to end, if I was ever going to get back to school, after missing only the 2nd week. I binge watched an entire TV series, pretending to be there because I did not want to be where I was. And I don't want to have to do that again. I don't want to have to go back online looking at blank screens, looking at people's names, watching my teachers from home as they try to talk to us. We have no motivation to communicate or learn when we're sitting at home on our beds. I have also seriously considered in recent weeks dropping out of high school. And if any of you know me, as several of you do, you know that's not something that I would ever think. I'm an honors student. I have been for a long time. I love school. I love learning. I wouldn't rather be anywhere else but school. If somebody had to ask me if I'd rather choose a job over going to school, I would choose going to school all the time. And I considered dropping out because high school and school in general for kids is about learning and it is about stimulating their minds. But how many of your kids ask you about something that you learned in school and you say, I don't remember? It happens a lot, and that's okay. That doesn't mean teachers are doing a bad job. It just means that's not what high school and school is about. It's about socializing. It's about creating connections and getting to be with your friends. And if we go back online, we can't have that. And I really think that we need to wear masks, especially because if you've been watching the news and you've been doing the research, listening to the science, you know that this disease is affecting lots and lots of younger kids. It's not just affecting the older people or just the little kids who have no immunities at all. It's affecting all of us. Again, I'm fully vaccinated and I've been wearing a mask, and I had 100-degree fever, and I have lost my sense of taste and smell, and who knows when I'm going to get it back. So I would implore you all to please consider mandating masks for everyone. It's a small price to pay to get to be in school and get to see our friends and get to continue learning in an environment we know works. Thank you.
All right, looks like next one is, I apologize, sir, it's Alec. Or, couldn't tell if that was a K or an X, so I want to make sure I got it right.
Is everyone okay? Is everyone okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. A little bit hard to hear, but yeah.
Okay.
But you could, if you just try to get closer to the microphone, right, all right?
Hello, my name is Alec Corlinden. I am a member of the District 6 Student Health Advisory Council, and I want to speak tonight on why I believe a mask mandate to be the most effective option in keeping our families safe and us in school. I am an 11th grader, junior, and I've been going to 2A since September. Masks in every reputable study are very effective in reducing transmission rates. One good example of mask effectiveness, a COVID-19 infected passenger with a heavy dry cough flew on a 13-hour straight flight and did not spread COVID to any of the 25 people sitting around him because he wore a mask the entire time. Doctors, surgeons, and medical practitioners of every stripe have been using masks exactly like this one since the 1920s for a very good reason. They work frighteningly well. Masks protect you from inhaling infected particles and prevent you from breathing them out onto other people if you're infected with COVID. COVID-19 is an extremely dangerous respiratory disease that can inflict lasting damage to your respiratory system. This means it's not just potentially fatal to the elderly, very young, and immunocompromised, it's also fatal to people with extremely common conditions like asthma, people like my brother, who's also getting surgery in a couple weeks. What I really want to focus on, however, is that wearing masks keeps your kids, keeps us, and keeps our teachers in schools. Online school for the vast majority of people just did not work. People did not like online school. And it was a really bad experience that nobody wants to go back to. Most people didn't learn effectively online, and as someone who did a year and a half of online school, the teachers were struggling. Like most of my teachers, they did not want to be teaching online. They wanted to have students in the room. They wanted to be addressing people directly. And the students felt the same way. They wanted to be in the room, learning directly from the teacher around their friends. I'll be candid. I don't like wearing masks. It change my nose congested, I got my glasses, makes my peripheral vision worse. But if these minor inconveniences are the price of both staying in school with my friends and teachers and not spreading a potentially fatal respiratory disease to my asthmatic brother and 72-year-old aunt, that's a really easy choice for me and hopefully everybody in your community. There are real-world negative effects of masks, but they are highly exaggerated and overstated. According to the Mayo Clinic, the most reputable non-governmental medical establishment in the U.S., there is no risk of masks leading to hypoxia. Carbon dioxide is not rebreathed and safely diffuses through both cloth and N95 masks, while catching any disease-carrying droplets. Experts in the field have spoken. The evidence is well-researched and well-established. The fact is, masks reduce COVID-19 transmission rates, allow students and teachers to stay in school. Masks are the fastest way to put COVID-19, quarantines, and masks behind us. I urge the Board of Governors to look at the evidence, listen to the experts, and seriously consider implementing a mask mandate to protect our students, teachers, students, families, and educations. Thank you for your time.
Okay, looks like the next one is Christian Schulte.
Good evening. Christian Schulte at 1205 102nd Avenue here in Greeley. I have 3 children in school here in 8th grade, 7th grade, and 4th grade. I did address an email to the board at one point, and having looked back over that, I don't think there's anything in there I said that I don't believe is true. Looking back at it, it was maybe a little bit sharper than I would have intended it if I had paused a little bit. But when that was composed, in the second week of school, we had received simultaneous notifications that all 3 of our children had been exposed to somebody in at least one of their classes with COVID-19, and it just kind of fell on me to have been feeling quite a bit safer after vaccinations and so on, that the stuff is still real. And so, I'm glad that you folks are taking this up. I see that you had an executive session to take legal advice. Speaking as an attorney, I will say that I sometimes fear that legal advice means trying to get away with the minimum you legally can. And I hope that this board will instead try to make a decision based on expert input that is the right decision, even if it is more than you conclude that the law requires. I also see that the agenda item is a little bit broader than I had sort of been led to believe. I thought this was sort of about masks in particular, but it looks like you've given yourself the opportunity to look at any number of measures that may be undertaken to keep our children safer and by extension their extended families. I don't know what that would look like. Increased testing opportunities, remote options for children who do have to quarantine. These are things that I think can be implemented. But the mask requirement that we've heard addressed already is something that seems like the least intrusive and most effective way to quickly prevent these emails we're getting every other day and having to worry about that. There's hardly been a couple of days that have gone by that we haven't got notification of another exposure. And as a parent, I would be much more confident that my child was safe if I thought that the person to whom, especially my unvaccinated child, had been exposed, had been wearing a mask so that they could keep their stuff to themselves if they were unknowingly COVID positive. It seems like such a reasonable thing to do. And it's nothing that has to last forever. We are marking time until all of our children can be vaccinated. And once that happens, I think that takes a big load off. But we need a stopgap measure that allows us to keep things going, that allows our children to continue to come to school in person. For the first time in my life this year, after missing last year, my kids all expressed that they were glad to be coming to school. I would not have wanted a pandemic to make that happen, but it happened. And this just seems like something we can do at the cost of some minor annoyance that will nevertheless allow us to make it more likely that we don't have to shut down like some schools have. Hell, in Idaho, they're rationing healthcare. The outbreak is so bad. We can do our part to do that. To me, that is part of the caring citizenship that is in our mission statement. And I hope that that is one of the measures that you adopt as you go forward with this. I don't envy you. I wish you well. Thank you.
Right, so next up is Michael Horvitz.
Hello, Michael Horvitz. I am a third and fifth grader here at University Elementary. Since the previous parent who just spoke addressed many of the things that I was going to say, I can keep this relatively short, but I can share the similar experiences. My wife and I both work full time, and we have both of our children. We've received similar emails about our children being exposed to someone who has been diagnosed with positive. There's the other thing I wanted to address is, in addition to what the previous gentleman said about the fact that this mask is a minor inconvenience, there is in this environment some ambiguities in terms of policies that the masks just help alleviate. That being, a policy now is if someone's been exposed, if your child has any kind of minor symptom, then they have to stay home. And if you have two full-time working parents, my wife works in Loveland, I teach at UNC, you know, we're jockeying back and forth. She's asking for time off. She stays with one son a little bit. I go back in my classes. I stay with them. I go back. The fact that these ambiguities I referred to are that, you know, there's no policy that says that staff and faculty at university have to be vaccinated. There is this policy that the child has to stay home and any symptoms, he or she has any symptoms whatsoever. In my case, my one son had a slightly runny nose, and out of your caution, wait for the rapid test, which are only 60% accurate. So it just creates a lot of disruption in the family life, not just the issue of safety concerns. Of course, there's the seriousness of the sicknesses, but it's the disruption of the family and the work and my ability to just go out and earn a living. My wife's going to earn a living. So I think the masks are a minor inconvenience there. I mean, obviously, there's all types of information that I know that all of you have looked into. The fact that 25% of the cases in the U.S. right now are now among the adolescents as opposed to the adults. The fact that in the state of Colorado, children's positive infections have outpaced adults. All of these new trends just seems like wearing this mask could alleviate. And as the previous gentleman said, this is a stopgap measure. We don't know exactly when, but most commentary on when children younger than 12, in fact, in my case, my children, were able to get the vaccine is approaching, perhaps by the very late portions of 2021, if not early 22. So I think that having these masks just through that time period would be a good, positive, and logical measure. And thank you for listening.
And then the next one I have is a Rachel Delatorre, but it has maybe next to it. Okay.
So I'm probably gonna be the unpopular believe here tonight, and I apologize if I offend anybody. That's not going to be my goal. So I want to start off with saying I am Rachel Delatorre. I am the 6th, 7th, 8th grade science teacher. I don't have any children that go here, but I do have 3 kids, and I'm also a microbiologist. This is my study. I did this for a while. I have my master's degree in microbiology and immunology, and I put a lot of effort into keeping up with this.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
Can you make sure to try and get to the microphone just a little, so
Yes.
if you need to tilt that down, just so you can,
Short.
that way, well, just so that way you can talk and do it a little easier. Thank you.
So, anyways, like I was saying, I'm a microbiologist, and this is kind of my thing. So to begin with, I believe that anybody that has a personal belief or fear or any kind of feeling that wants to wear a mask, anybody should have the right to choose whether or not they want to feel comfortable. As far as a mask mandation, I don't think, at least not from a teacher or a parental perspective, I don't think we should have a mandate. As far as reasons why, enunciation in my classroom, I'm loud, but with a mouthful, right? Like, it's very important in the sciences to have a clear, heard word so that kids understand the vocabulary. If I'm muffled, they're not learning. My enthusiasm is much lower in a mask. You can't see my facial expressions, and you can't tell my mood. And a way that's kind of helpful because we all know we can kind of be like, haha, that was lame, type things under a mask. But anyways, what is all this COVID stuff about anyways? And personally, from a microbiological standpoint, how many of us have had an appointment at the doctor before COVID, were sick, upper respiratory infection, they swabbed you, came back as an unknown upper respiratory virus. Go home, rest, drink plenty of water, come back and see us if you're not feeling better in a week or 2. Regular. COVID is a thing because now we have a target. That's why the numbers are up, because now we have an identifiable marker. Before that, there was no marker to be found. So you just had an unknown respiratory infection. So yes, numbers will be higher based off of that. As far as why I also think they're not great, kids are kids. They're germ breeders, they're nasty, they don't have the best hygiene. Touching a mask is making it worse. I can tell you from the healthcare standpoint, increased number of upper respiratory infections caused by bacteria. Because staph and strep, those can live on the surfaces for days at a time, as long as there's a food source. You put your mask down on that table, you eat your food, you pick it back up, you put it on your face. Now you're colonizing it with the perfect temperature, a great living environment. You're going to increase risk of these bacterial infections. So also immune dampening. You have something called your innate immune system. It's what you were born with. Macrophages, dendritic cells. These guys are always going out, reaching and grabbing. You put something on to shield yourself from germs, you're now weakening your immune system. Something kids should have a very strong immune system, right? Because they're always going out there and getting them. I think honestly we should teach skills like proper hygiene, how to eat healthier, grow our own food, things that are a little bit more practical, real skills, rather than teaching them how to hide their face and live in fear, honestly. And that's about it, and I'm out of 10 minutes.
Thank you, Rachel. And it looks like we have Devin Moses next.
Hello, for those of you on the board who don't know me, I was on the board for 3 years, so I served with a few of you. And I felt like I needed to come tonight to support you as a board and to support our administration. Because I sat in your seat years and years ago with a large crowd trying to influence the school board. And I just wanted to let you know that I appreciate all of the time and the effort that you make and that you do for our school. And I just gotta say, I love the University Bulldogs up there above you. I wish we had that in the library. It looks great. And so I just really wanted to express my gratitude to each and every one of you, because I know that you come in every single month, you sit through the audit reports, very exciting, and you go through the numbers. And you know, that's the work that gets done, yet it's the stuff that people often don't see. I'd also want to express my gratitude to our administration, and that I would ask that the board give a vote of confidence for them tonight, regardless of how the board decides what actions they are going to take. And the last point, this little thing I want to ask, and for anyone here and for anyone who is at home, wearing a mask right now isn't going to shut down our school. The lack of substitutes will. If you have the time, if we could get 4, 5, 6 more substitutes here in our school, it would help our community so much, so teachers can use their plan time to plan instead of floating and covering other classes. And so if you really want to help out our Bulldog family, and you can, I would ask that you do contact the school and see if you could sub until this gets over. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Alright, looks like we have Vanessa Mesa.
Good evening, everybody. First off, I just really want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm here tonight to speak for my children. I'm a 3rd and a 5th grader, and as you heard, nobody liked being online. One of the things I really like to reframe is it seems like there's some sort of false dichotomy where the choice is between masks or online only. And I don't see why that would ever be an option or a problem. If you look at other states, a great example for the contrast between the way you handle it, California has gone overboard. Basically, the schools aren't in person. And then Florida, they don't have any mask mandates, and they actually have a lower case rate. In addition, I think you guys heard the testimony earlier of the people that are vaccinated and they're wearing masks and they're still becoming infected. So obviously, masks aren't really stopping it, right? Personal responsibility and personal choice is something that I believe in very strongly, something I teach my kids about. You know, we try to have a healthy lifestyle, we exercise, we eat right, we take care of our body, and I believe that I am the most qualified to choose prophylactic methods for my children, not majority rules or people that are afraid. At the same time, I'm not trying to take away anyone's right to wear a mask. If it helps you, it makes you feel safer, please wear your mask. All I'm asking is that my kids, I don't know if you heard the 4th gentleman or 3rd gentleman, he was up here at the microphone with his mask on. You couldn't understand what he was saying. And last year, my 2nd and 4th grader were staring at a woman in the front of the class, trying to understand for 8 hours what she was saying. And it wasn't fair to my kids. I think it was detrimental to their education. And contrary to some of the speakers, I think education is the entire purpose of school. It isn't about a social group. If you aren't able to learn while you're here because you can't understand what's being said, then it's not doing anyone any good. So that's all I have to say, and I thank you for your time.
Looks like next up we have Thomas Roach.
Hello, everybody. Thomas Roach. I'm a kindergartner here just this year. All right. Thank you, board, for your time tonight and willingness to serve on this board. I come tonight to discuss the mask mandate and to discuss the data of COVID-19 in Weld County. All these statistics are from Weld County Health today, and I'm about to read. Okay, these aren't me going on the internet finding stuff. This isn't my personal opinion. This is the facts. From the start of the pandemic until today, there are 0 COVID-19 deaths from the age group of 0 to 19. We heard people before saying this is really attacking the youth right now. Sicknesses go through youth. Kids touch everything. Children always have colds when they're young. It's part of them building their immune system up. Once again, guys, this is statistics from the start until today. This isn't just the last few weeks. So I urge you to look into that and know that they might get sick, but our youth is not dying in Weld County. Also, I'd like to remind the board that when this pandemic started, no one was out to say we don't want to get everyone to have COVID-19. It was to slow the spread, to reduce hospital beds. To date, from the start of the pandemic till now, only 103 people in 0 to 19 have wound up in hospitals. That's including some of the Larimer County hospitals as well as what Weld Health said. If the issue at hand is the mask mandate to stop the students from spreading it to people that are at risk because they can't be vaccinated, well, the good news is anyone that is at risk could have the vaccine today right now. So they can feel safe at home knowing if their son is at school and they want him to wear a mask and he doesn't, they can be vaccinated and protect themselves. This is about your self-care as well. If you feel you need it to be safe and wear your mask, then you can do that. You guys up here aren't health professionals. I feel bad that you're making this decision. But people can make these decisions for themselves as well. Members of the board, I urge you to not follow the mask mandate because it's the easy thing to do, to follow. I plead you to make the tough decision against the grain tonight. Be the leaders that we want our children to be. Our children should not be forced to wear a mask. It should be a personal choice. If we teach our children that we have to abide by these rules, even though we may not necessarily agree with them, that's what they're hearing from their parents at home. What are we teaching our children about their personal choice and their opinions? I wish for my children to be able to form their own thoughts and their own opinions. I have heard from countless teachers and parents so far this year, which is a short period, right? How happy they are to be back in the building, to see kids' faces, to be able to enunciate the words to the young children that don't know what it is, to be able to have proper communication while educating the children in the rooms. I am very proud of university schools. I am blessed to have been to graduate here and now have my kindergarten here. Once again, you guys have a tough decision to make. But at the end of the day, personal choice is going to rule anyways. You tell high schoolers they have to wear a mask in school, they might wear it in the classroom, go in the parking lot, it's off. Wear it at football practice? No way. They're going to get tracked if they are anyways. The good news is, we aren't seeing the deaths. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Thomas. Next up is Jessica Spike.
All right, well, my name is Jessica Spate, and I just wanted to thank you all for listening to us today. I've been a university mother for over 10 years. My daughter started kindergarten here, and my son started kindergarten here. My oldest is a sophomore on the cheer team. I'm also a marriage and family therapist, so I would like to advocate for mental health tonight. I also want to advocate for the freedom to choose. This magazine here is from the ACA, and there's a quote in here I wanted to read from the CEO of Children's Hospital in Denver, and that is that it's been devastating to see suicide become the leading cause of death for Colorado children. So suicide is the leading cause of death for Colorado children, when 0 have died from COVID. And I tied it to mental health because, well, the article also talks about it's greatly related to everything to do with the pandemic, the isolation, the quarantine, the covering of faces, the not being able to speak with friends. It has all drastically increased suicide or risk of suicide within our children in Colorado. And I forgot what else I was gonna say. But I know definitely with my children and all the children I've talked to, my children's clients, none of them want to wear masks. They are very saddened at the idea of going back to having to cover their face. Healthy children covering their face, sitting 6 feet apart. They don't talk to each other. I mean, I know that you can tell we can still talk to each other with a mask on, they don't. And it greatly impacts their mental health. So my choice, my opinion tonight, both professional and personal, is to give the freedom to choose, to let our families have the freedom to choose what is best, what is safe for their children. And in my eyes, that's how everyone wins. And I was going to see if my son Jackson had anything he wanted to say, being the only child here. I'll just ask, what do you think about masks?
I don't like masks because when you try to talk to them or breathe with them, it's really hard, and most people just can't hear you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Jessica. What grade is your son in? 4th? All right, next up we have Kayla and Abby.
Hi, I have 3 kids at university, an 8th grader, a junior, and a senior. As some of you may know, our 13-year-old son, Gabe, received a kidney transplant several years ago. He has a rare kidney disease with an unknown cause and no cure. You may know this because this university community supported him through that time. He received letters while in the hospital, video calls from the classroom, and we're humbled to know that there are some who are praying for him during those days. Before his transplant, we did everything we could to save his kidneys. Every time he would get the slightest illness, he would relapse. So we kept him in a bubble. If he just didn't get sick, maybe we could beat this terrible disease. But he relapsed anyway. Eventually, his kidneys failed, despite us doing everything in our power to prevent it. And we learned. We learned that we are not the healer. That position belongs to God alone. It's not on our shoulders to control life and death, or even sickness and health. And there is freedom in that. We stopped trying to control what was never meant to be under our authority anyway, and started focusing on giving our son the most normal and full life we could. He went to school, he played with friends, he had sleepovers, and he lived. And he still lives. He kept living through all of this because time can't be bought, borrowed, or returned. It isn't guaranteed, nor can we will more of it into being. We can only decide what we do with the God-given gift of it right now. I am so tired. I'm tired of talking about vaccines and gene therapies and statistics and masks. I'm tired of half-truths and biased news on both sides of this debate. Because this has moved past being about keeping people healthy and is now a war between ideologies. And the thing is, nobody is completely right. We can't be, because we are not the sovereign God. I was okay with my family wearing a mask at the beginning of all this, but I'm not anymore. The entire human race has pulled up, masked up, vaxxed up, and the virus spread anyway. I see so many people putting their hope and their salvation in masks and vaccines. For some, it has become a religion. For me, I put my hope in Christ alone and trust Him only for my salvation. I know that this broken body subject to sickness and pain will die, and then heaven, and there will be healing there. I'm not asking this board to ban masks. I'm asking that each family be allowed to make the decision for themselves
based on their own sincerely held beliefs. You're not responsible for chasing down the wind to stop the virus. We all know the risks associated with sending our kids to school, wearing a mask or not, getting the vaccine or not. We are all beyond educated on the matter. Now it is time for personal choice and personal responsibility. I appreciate the current policy at the school because it allows for this. I went to the first home football game and I was so incredibly happy to see the students smiling and happy again. My son is in pep band and he stated, I forgot how fun the games are. He mentioned that they had realized the upperclassmen need to start teaching the sophomores all of the traditions because they didn't know. They missed their entire freshman year. I was so relieved because I feared that their buy-in for school may not return. Please, please do not pull the rug out from under them again by forcing them to cover their smiles, their interactions, and their joy. Our kids have endured enough and lost enough already. Now it's time for hope.
Thank you, Kayla. All right, just 3 more left here. Looks like Anna Jorgensen.
Yes. And also Laura Christensen.
Good evening. Board members, administrators, staff, folks on Zoom, thanks for listening. Community. That has been the most prominent theme of this year's return to school. It's emblazoned across our t-shirts. It's embedded in our new traditions of houses and families, and it's included in almost every frame of the slides file agenda for the high school pre-service meetings. So much so that Mr. Casey joked, have I mentioned the idea of community yet? After about the 7th time. So community means, according to Oxford Languages, a group of people living in the same place or having a particular characteristic in common. But we are that by definition. But isn't it also something more? Oxford's second definition is a feeling of fellowship with others as a result of sharing common attitudes, interests, and goals. And there it is, that's what we're trying to build and develop and nurture here. We are a diverse community with various attitudes and interests. But isn't our shared goal the health and growth, the security and prosperity of all of us, especially our children? The idea and the practice of community must include caring for each other, looking out for and helping each other. Or else what is it worth? Every man for himself makes a bleak world. And those who insist on making these decisions for themselves ignore the fact that our choices affect not only ourselves, but also those around us. As educators, isn't our first and foremost responsibility to protect the safety and health of our students and their families? We spend time on mental health education and suicide prevention, but we're ignoring basic simple safety procedures for disease prevention. We forbid them from smoking or vaping on campus, but we let them go maskless while the Delta variant wreaks havoc among young people. When it can be spread not only by asymptomatic people, but even occasionally by vaccinated people. This simply does not keep our students, our staff members, our families, our community safe. The politicization of this simple, low-tech, low-impact measure that helps keep everyone safe is incomprehensible at the institution of learning. We wear seatbelts, not only so we ourselves are less likely to be injured in a car crash, but also so that we are less likely to injure others. Because it's safest for everyone. We all wear shirts and shoes inside public spaces as a matter of course, because it's safest for everyone. We no longer allow smoking inside public spaces because it's safest for everyone. Some express their concerns about their freedoms, but there simply is no freedom to put others at risk. To disregard the health and well-being of our children and our community members for the sake of our own comfort isn't freedom. That's childishness, that's selfishness. I'm appalled to read that school board members around the country are being shouted at, receiving death threats, quitting their posts over the simple and scientific matter of consistently wearing a piece of cloth over our noses and mouths for another few months to protect the health and safety of those around us. I recognize the pressure is real and intense, and I thank you all for doing this job as volunteers. Thank you. But we are all mandatory reporters, are we not? Who are legally and morally bound to report to authorities if we believe any student in our care is in danger or unsafe. And as such, it falls upon us to model the best safety measures by doing the right thing, however uncomfortable face masks might be. If we're going to call ourselves caregivers, if we're going to claim we're a community, then we ought to start by taking easy and simple steps to keep each other safe. Please require masks for everyone in the building, just like we did last year. We did it then, we can do it now. It's not hard. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Anna and Laura. Looks like we have Kelly Martinez.
Good evening, board. My name is Kelly Martinez. I have a child in middle school and a child in the high school. I'm not going to take a whole lot of time, I don't think. I think that there's been some very eloquent speakers already. But I'd like to present you some data as of today. I'm back here presenting some data as well. There are over 30 people right now in the hospital with COVID, probably on a ventilator, both UC Health and at Banner. That's someone's grandmother, father, sister, brother, and I'm worried about them, and I know all of you too. The other thing that I want to mention is, sorry. The other thing I'd like to mention is that cases are double what they were since before May this year, currently in Green. And this is data taken from the Emergency Operations Department from the city in Will County. So what changed during that period? I mean, objectively, school started, so cases are up. But this pandemic is not over. The vaccine is not a cure. You can still get it. I know people that have gotten it. I've had a woman cry on my shoulder that cuts my hair, talking about how she couldn't smell her own dinner because she lost her taste and smell. And that may seem like not too big of a deal to a lot of people, but that actually is a huge deal. That's a quality of life deal. And so we do have to go a few more months wearing masks and having our kids not spread to the rest of the community. And maybe that's what we should do, because it's about personal responsibility and it's about community. It's about looking out for one another. It's about being my brother's keeper. I want to talk about through just like this. In retrospect, if I drive home tonight and I get in a car wreck, I don't know that there's a ventilator at the hospital for me. And that's, I guess, all I really wanted to say. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Kelly. It looks like last but not least, we have Jacob Pierce.
Hello, my name is Jake Pierce. I have 4 students here at university, a junior in high school, an 8th grader, a 6th grader, and a 4th grader. So kind of the whole gamut. Maybe going last, it's a little tricky because a lot of the things I would like to say and points that I'd like to make have kind of already been made. It's good points from both sides because I can respect people's opinions even that I might not agree with. So I think what I've decided, like Mr. Roach came up and stated lots of facts and data. That's kind of the guy I am. Show me the data. You can't overwhelm me with it. But I know a lot of people get lost in that, and not everybody responds the same. So I can appreciate that. While listening to everybody else's remarks, I think I decided I'm just going to keep it simple and just kind of go from the heart. And the point I want to make is that we need to respect the freedoms we have in this country. They're sacred. The freedom of choice and our liberties, and it's an extremely slippery slope, in my opinion, that we're on. So, just like I stated when I started, I can disagree with somebody's point of view, but that's okay. It's their point of view. So, I mean, just as anyone has a right to wear a mask, or to get a vaccine, or to do whatever other measures they feel makes them safe, that's fine. But myself and my children, we should have the same rights to choose what's best for us and what best suits our needs, what our risk tolerance is, so on and so forth. I heard from several different people some timeline about a couple of months, which I wanted to touch on. Wearing the masks for a couple of months. I don't know what happens in a couple of months, but again, we're on this slippery slope of 18 months of 2 weeks to flatten the curve. And I know that for myself and my family, we're over it. We're at our wits' end. And we're honestly concerned and scared about losing the freedoms that this country was built on. So I guess what I would leave as my main thought, or my takeaway from this is just please let people make their own decisions. I have no issue with whatever measure somebody else wants to do to make them and their families feel safe, but let us make them for ourselves and our own family. I don't know how to tie this in, but something that I read somewhere and it kind of stuck with me, which is kind of the reality of a lot of the terminology that we hear thrown around on the internet and different media sources about guidance and recommendations, orders. None of these are laws, right? And I think we confuse that a lot, especially over this past year and a half. The reality is that recommendations aren't law, guidance aren't law, mandates by edict are not law. I think it was just the last speaker, or maybe the speaker before, mentioned something about seatbelt laws, smoking laws. Well, the difference there is those are laws. They went through the judicial system and got voted into laws. The stuff we're talking about here is not. So I urge the board to make the right decision and protect the freedom of choice that we have, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Jake. That's the last I have for a list. Is there anybody else that may have come in that would also like to say a couple words? And if I could have you come up and sign this too, so we've got a record of you here. So that'll be last call here. This will be it for the community dialogue after we get through these 5 people here. Good. All right, why don't we start here with Zachary? I'm sorry, Zachary, what's your last name?
Yaki.
I'm sorry.
Yaki.
Thank you.
All right, can everyone hear me? Everyone hear me okay? All right, so my name is Zachary Yaki. I'm a junior here at UH. I'm going since years. So the first things, nobody wants to wear these. But the fact is that it helps prevent disease. And we have already lost an entire school year of our education to online school. And I do understand that it is not a mass mandate or online remote situation. Currently, we are not living that. We are in a mass optional in-person school situation. The conflict with that is currently, but many of my peers have already gotten sick. Leah Archer has lost an entire week, so far a quarter of school due to having to stay at home. I do understand that will not last for the entire year. Those are issues that missing school in any regards is not beneficial for us. I believe that it is in our best interest to do whatever we have to do anything possible to keep our kids in school. I ask all of you, many of you here are parents of students that go to school. Now, all of you have gone through school yourselves. Now, think back to one critical moment of your education, the events that happened at school during your life, and then my generation, our generation, kids going through school right now. We may have lost one of those due to being at home due to this pandemic. School is both for education and socialization. Socialization is a key part for high school and middle school and elementary throughout schooling to help build social skills, to help develop those. And yes, math can inhibit speaking and can inhibit understanding of others. However, if the issue is that the teachers are unable to be understood, then perhaps the teachers are allowed our math lessons during the lecture and during classes so that they be completely understood by the students. And perhaps maybe only needed masks in hallways where the transmission rates would be the higher interaction between students. And enforcing a universal mask mandate will likely be met with much bounce back in high school and from families alike. However, even if it is not a universal mask mandate, at least some partial mandate would be beneficial in helping to reduce the infection rates of our generation. And yes, we may not be dying from it. We are sure being kept from school from it. We may not be dying. We may not be going to the hospital, but we are not being able to get our education. I implore you, please do what you can to keep us as school as you can and allow us to keep developing our social education, our social skills, developing our knowledge, and our public service skills. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Is it Chrissy? Chrissy, how do you say your last name?
It's Hoy. So can everybody hear me? I want to start off by saying I see people on the school board that are wearing masks. I think that's very hypocritical. When you guys are sitting here trying to tell us that our kids need to wear masks. I've got a 8th grader and a junior here at university. They've been here since kindergarten. My son has type 1 diabetes. He had bone cancer pretty much last year, a bone disease. We went through hospital after hospital. My dad has type 1 diabetes. He's in the hospital recently, not one doctor has ever mentioned the COVID shot to any of us. And I think that's kind of funny, because you guys can sit here without your mask on and tell our kids to wear their masks. And I agree with this gentleman and the woman that spoke about God, because you know what? There's only one judge and there's only one person that can tell us what to do, and our soldiers fought and died for our freedoms. And that is our right to raise our kids, to bring them up and to parent them. My daughter has dealt with depression. She gave up on school last year. My son gave up on school. Her best friend gave up on school. Her boyfriend is sitting back there in Pecos, Platte Valley. They all have given up. They all have given up because everybody's just fallen into this line that we have to wear this mask that none of you are wearing. None of you are wearing except for 2 people. So I just think it's very hypocritical, and that's not fair. It's not fair for you to ask us or tell us how to raise our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Chrissy. Next up is KJ Martinez.
Hello, I'm KJ Martinez. I'm a junior in high school, and I think there's a lot of one-sided debate over whether or not we should have freedom or we should have masks. And I think there's more that can be said or done about the matter. For instance, there's a teacher in high school named Mr. Tauber. This man, he's a social studies teacher, and he has duct tape, simply duct tape, set up around the room to create sort of a boundary around him so that he may talk freely and allow himself to project to the rest of the room. We can also, for desks and for not wearing, if students or parents are not comfortable with having their children wear masks to school and they want that freedom, we might be able to set up certain desk arrangements to sort of make it possible so that we're minimizing the amount of COVID contact while at the same time allowing more of a freedom to see facial expressions, to talk freely, to not have a set like a place where you need to come to school with this on, which I think a lot of parents don't agree. If we can think of another way on how to solve this issue, it might lead to a better outcome where both parties may be happy. And I think if we can come together as a community and think of ways to do this, we might be able to minimize COVID while at the same time keeping a freedom that our country is fought for. And just off the top of my head, the duct tape, obviously we had it set up during hybrid last year. We had duct tape lines through the hallways, making sure that people were getting to places, they weren't clumping in the hallways so much, but you're still able to talk with your friends, you're able to walk with them, you're able to sort of be able to socialize in that way. While at the same time, you have teachers with a duct tape boundary that are able to talk freely, speak freely, whatever. And you have students that if we arrange the desks in a certain way, possibly, maybe a little bit away, maybe in like smaller, more contained groups, then we're able to allow them to socialize and get that really high school feel while also keeping the learning and keeping the COVID distance so that we're not getting sick. Because getting sick is really bad for our health. Wow, who would have thought? Anyway, so that's my thoughts. Thank you, board, for your time. I'm sorry I was just rambling a little bit, but I don't know. Maybe think about that. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, KJ. Zeke Daggett.
Hello, my name is Zeke Daggett. I'm a senior at university.
First of all, I want to say thank you for having me, for allowing me to sign up last minute. I know I came in late. My general thoughts on masks, I honestly think it's pretty ridiculous considering forcing them back on students. It's nonsensical. I don't think it does anything good for us. If people want to wear masks, I think that's a great idea for them personally. But like a lot of people have said in this room, self-responsibility is a big thing that I think we should consider. Currently this year, we've had a lot of people like respecting other people's opinions. Like so far, everyone wearing masks has been respectful of me, and I've been respectful of them. Just in general, I don't know how it's going for a lot of other students, but I think if we forced people to wear masks, like all students again, a lot of students would lose the respect and for all the authority at the school. I think it's one thing I have to say though is during the lockdowns, me along with many other students have had like a huge mental health crisis, and I think that's more important. I've had friends drop out, which I never would have thought would have happened in the entirety of my schooling. Some of my friends have even gone suicidal, and that is really scary. And I think a lot of what it had to do with was the mask. And yeah, I am in marching bands. Last year we had this masks, social distance. We even wear masks with holes in them, which is kind of ridiculous. And we put things on the instruments. That was kind of crazy. But that had a huge effect on my mental health and my attitude towards anything at school. After that, I don't know about most other people, but me personally, I just hated school. I hated everything about it. And even just staying home all the time just sucked. I was even considering quitting this year before the season even started. But when I came back and I saw everybody just smiling and being happy, that was the most positive experience of my entire life, I'd have to say. And I just really enjoyed seeing everybody. And people who want to wear masks, that's fine. Personal responsibility, I think it's good. Do what you think is right. But please don't force it on any other students. It's really ridiculous if you were to do that. And I just don't think it makes sense, especially since we have a vaccine readily available. So yeah, that's my thoughts about it. Thank you for hearing me, and thanks to everyone here who has spoken.
Thank you, Zeke. Last up here is Aaron Reynolds.
I'm Aaron Reynolds, and I have a second grader here. And I wasn't originally going to speak because, like the other gentleman had said, I see both sides of it. I'm kind of, one of those where it is what it is, go with the masses. I don't want to cause any waves and all of that. But I guess I was just compelled to kind of, all night long people have been talking about masks, no quarantines. My understanding, that's not how it's going to work. We wore masks last year and we had several quarantines still. So I guess I don't understand where if masks are required and made mandatory, we're not going to have any quarantines and we're not going to have homeschooling. So I guess that's why I just wanted to get up here and ask that question that no one else asked, is if that can be addressed and if that's something that has been talked about, because from my understanding and what happened last year, we wore masks and yet we still had quarantines. And due to that, we're quarantines. My second grader got very far behind. So I'm not, that's where I'm in the middle of the road again. It's my second grader literally hates school. It's very hard because he does not want to come to school. He cannot read very well. The online schooling was just horrific for him. Is that due to the masks? No, it's all of it. It all goes together. It's not just masks. Like they've been talking about. Are we wiping down, sanitizing in between classes when the kids are coming into and from? Are they wiping down their lockers that other people may be touching? It's all of it. It's not just masks. So all I say is it should be choice. It should be the parent's choice to send their kid to school how they see fit to send their kid to school.
Thank you, Eric, appreciate it. And again, for all of you, some of you that have stayed, so obviously left us, but thank you for all of you showing up, voicing your opinions. Obviously, they differ, just like I talked about at the beginning, so we appreciate getting all sides, students, parents, everybody, so we can have as much information as possible to make this decision. So, I don't know if we need a quick break for anybody on the board, or keep plugging through, or why don't we take just a quick 5-minute break here? If anybody needs to use the restroom real quick, and then we will get back into the rest of the meeting here. Yeah, and I think I made it sound like you were here. No, you were fine. You're good, and I figured. Right, yeah, it's gonna happen. But he was wild. I know. I was talking to folks like I'm Jordan, wild and bitch. Like that. Yeah. That's what we want. Good for him. That's awesome. Yes, absolutely. Well, if we can get parent volunteers, sure. So, yeah. Sorry. That I know.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's something.
That's my downy side.
You keep that computer stop facing. You put it on the people who are important. It was. The whole time, it was looking right at me.
That's back.
This was in the packet, wasn't it? Yeah, I need to move a little.
All right, just wanna try to get back to our seats here so we can keep moving. Right. Just a reminder for those of you who choose to stay throughout the duration here, it's a working meeting, so there won't be any comments from the crowd or from anybody staying. It will all be a working meeting now with the board. So let's move into our 7.0, which is our staff reports and director's update to start.
Good evening, everyone. I thought that tonight I would keep my updates short and take a minute to watch. I know some of you have seen this and some of you haven't. I'll get to lots of time to talk about COVID updates later, but during this update, I really wanted to talk about what an awesome opening of school we had. I haven't had a chance since I've been with you to talk about how much fun we had and how much we appreciated the Bulldog Bash. It was a great way to start school. I want to thank, I see a couple of you in the audience, I want to thank all of our sponsors and everybody that helped, all the school organizations that participated. It was amazing to get to see so many members of the community together and celebrating together and excited to be together and strengthen and build that community. So I just wanted to say thank you again and celebrate what a great night I thought that was. And then I wanted to take just a couple minutes to talk to you about our house system. A new venture that we're trying this year, again, in the spirit of building community and building connections and really taking advantage. I know one of my favorite things in all of yours, the special part of our school is getting to be K-12 and getting to see from kindergarten. It was great to hear how many of the kids have been here all the way through. I think that that's a really awesome opportunity that our kids have that most schools don't have. So if you haven't heard about this from your kids, everybody in the school, every adult, every student, staff, faculty, all of us joined one of 6 houses. And then within those houses, we have smaller groups that we're calling families. Those are made up from a high school, middle school, and an elementary school faculty rep. And then we have every grade level in each house. So there's kindergarten, first, second, third, all the way through 12. Already, one of the things we were hoping for that you already can see, and you'll be able to see if you watch the video, is that you already see those connections. Giving kids helping the little kids, directing them, they're already forming friendships. So I just wanted to spend a couple of my minutes tonight on the update just watching that video because it, to me, it's beautiful to get to see the images of all the kids getting to be together, celebrating together, and feeling happy and excited to be a Bulldog, and really think about strengthening those connections in that community. So I just wanted to take a couple minutes to watch that video.
The house system gives every Bulldog a place to belong, not because you're an athlete, an artist, or an A student, just because you're a Bulldog. Every adult and student at university schools join one of 6 houses that represent the heart of the Bulldog community.
At Lenses, our first house commands the power of the tribes, the knowledge of the seas, the combination of their extraordinary mortality and their exceptional intelligence. They would create the utopia for us all. Middle Earth. In the struggle between good and evil, it is those who come together with their own free will who will save the Earth and all its people. No matter their differences, their courage and cooperation will forge the greatest fellowship. Neverland. This house represents the partnership of the real world and a world that is possible if we just have the courage to nurture our imagination. They believe in acceptance. They believe in positive thoughts. They believe in themselves. And they will never lose their strength of childhood. Camelot, born of the legend of heroism, trust, sacrifice, and love. Committed to the values and practices of the Round Table, they stand for the fight, for the equality of each and every one of us. Narnia, majestically existing to protect the natural world, the goodness in each of us, and our connections with each other. These bulldogs are true magicians, proclaiming and portraying the greatest courage is the courage to forgive. Oz. These bulldogs never stray from their hopes and dreams. They appreciate true friendship and question the exploitation of power. As they persevere, they never forget that it's a journey that matters.
Is that all for?
I think that's enough
Any
for
other
now.
questions for Jennifer at this point? Nope. All right, thank you, Jennifer. Looks like we've got Sue here, our business manager's update now.
So financials are on pages 10 through 13. These are the July financial statements. Since we didn't have a board meeting in August, I thought I'd present those this evening. So at July 31, we're at 8.3% of our budget, and right now we have a deficit position of $676,033. On the general fund balance sheet, the accounts receivable is primarily made up of the items that we billed to District 6 under ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, those federal grants that we got. The ESSER 3 grant has been approved, so hopefully we'll get those funds from District 6 shortly. However, ESSER 2, it's just kind of in infancy. We're just now writing it, and we're probably not going to get approval for that until I'm hoping by January. The good thing about it is that all those funds, anything we use, they retroactive back to March of 2020. So even though we've spent those monies, we should be able to write those into the grant and get those reimbursed. It's just a matter of timing and when we get funded on those. On the revenue side, we are short on our budget for the PPR because they haven't done the reconciliation yet. You'll see at the bottom of that revenue sheet, I've put a few things in there because our general fund deficit was kind of high this month. But if we would have gotten that reconciliation, it would have added those three things back, our PPR reconciliation. We didn't get our capital construction again this month. That came in the first part of August. And then the ESSER 3, we still need to bill another $147,000. So now that we know that that's been approved, we'll get that billing done and to District 6 for reimbursement. On the expenses side, we're running really good on salary and benefits so far. We did have a lot of large expenditures over the summer, primarily in technology and curriculum as we prepared for this school year. So those things are a little bit high. We paid for that out of the mill levy dollars. And this is all pretty typical for July. Our property, you'll notice our property and vehicle insurance is almost at 100%, and that's because we paid that bill in July. So that's the other reason why our cash is a little bit down. On the capital fund, we basically just had some interest income from our money market account that we have, and then we also finished paying for the HVAC units on the main building, and we submitted a billing to District 6 because that's coming out of that bond that they approved in 2020, and we got reimbursed for all of that in August, so that's going to be reflected in August. One last thing is the audit is in full swing. We should be completed by September 16th. They'll come here on the 15th and 16th to finish their field work. They should have draft financials by mid-October, but they're not going to be able to present final until November. So you'll see them at the November board meeting. And that's all I have.
Perfect. Any questions for Sue? No. All right. Thank you, Sue. And principal's update. Looks like we've got Mr. Casey here with us tonight.
Yeah, it's my turn tonight. I will echo what Mrs. Weaver said. We did have a great start to the school year. It's great to be back. We were saddened by the retirement of Mr. Campbell over the summer. He was a great assistant principal and very much missed. And Mr. Garcia has jumped in and done a great job. He did the voiceover for the house system stuff, and he brings so much energy and excitement, and so he's doing a great job as well. Teachers, we have several new teachers and our veteran teachers, and we're all off to a good start there, and things are cruising along. We're actually feeling like it's starting to settle in now that we've gotten school pictures taken and the hearing and vision screening and all of that beginning of the year stuff out of the way. Fall sports are going well. Football, volleyball, tennis, boys tennis this fall, cross country, softball, marching band, all off to great starts as well. It's fun to watch kids being successful in all different areas. And the last thing I was going to say is that the instructional coaches that we have this year are doing a great job supporting teachers, and we look forward to how they're going to continue to be a support for teachers moving forward and working with us on the administrative team. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have about high school, and again, we're off to a great start. Any questions for Mr. Casey? Nice and easy. Thanks, Mr. Casey. All right, next item is our consent agenda.
And several of you are missing the back page. So if you are only on every other side. If you have an agenda that only has every other page, on the back pages, I'm just going to read through the personnel items, right? And we've got 3 recommendations for hire. George Lovato, social studies teacher, Tiffany Crable, who's a middle school math teacher, and Matt Baumgartner, high school and development high school.
Does anybody have questions or concerns with that? Otherwise, I will entertain a motion. Motion. Team is second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, same. Consent agenda approved. All right. And now 9.0 is our items for discussion and possible action. So we will start here discussing our COVID protocols. I don't know, Jennifer, do you want to start off just by kind of explaining why we started, where we started, where that all came from, and move forward?
So I'm trying to do slides tonight so everybody can see. So I think you'll hear a lot of information that you all talked about tonight. Certainly a lot of information that we were able to read in the emails that you shared with the board. But I just wanted to reiterate that the things we consistently heard from you and the things that we'd like to guide our conversation tonight. First, we feel like it's really important to provide a safe learning environment for our students, and that we do have recommendations. We are not currently, as someone mentioned, not currently under public health order, and this time those are all recommendations. And for those of us that were in closed session, executive session, we know that there are legal requirements for implications for the decisions that we make. The other thing that's obviously was important to everyone here tonight, certainly it's top priority to me, is to make sure that we provide a great education for our kids. And university schools believes that that's best accomplished in person. I don't think anyone, I haven't heard parents, students, teachers, or administrators who thought that remote learning was the first priority, that was a successful way to sustain instruction long term. So we want to do whatever we can to provide in-person learning. And then as many people referenced, we are school of choice. We want to do whatever we can within those recommendations and safety priorities. Just take advantage of the needs. We have unique strengths, and we have family priorities, and we want to incorporate anytime we have that opportunity. I think that one of the biggest differences between being a charter school and being a larger part of District 6, for example, is they're trying to make decisions that impact 26,000 people at a time. And so when Dr. Pilch considers those decisions and then takes it to her cabinet and takes it to administrators and takes it to teachers, by the time it filters through all those levels, their ability to respond to information, that takes a really long time. And one of the benefits that we have at the university is that we can track data much easier than we can, and then we're able to respond to those situations. Last year, there were many times, positively and negatively, that we had to switch directions pretty quickly. And I feel like for the most part, we're able to do that successfully based on the size and the distance between my office and the classroom is not very far. And I think that that's a real benefit for us. So I want to walk you through a little bit of the guidance. I want to share with you some of our data that's specific to Weld County and also specific to university schools. So one piece of information I wanted to point out is that within that guidance, the state asks you to consider what level of risk your community is in. And so this is a criteria that they use to determine risk. So one thing they ask you to look at is the vaccination rate of your community. So you can see that they're looking for a vaccination rate under 70% to be considered high risk. Weld County, as the most recent data I could find, is about 54.8%. If your community has a low vaccination rate, then they ask you to look at your school vaccination rate. And so at university, we're at about 46% vaccination rate. Someone did ask earlier about faculty and staff vaccination rates. So we are at about 87% of our faculty and staff are vaccinated. And then the last thing they ask you to look at is the transition rate of your community within the last week. So the number that is on the Weld County site today was 308 per 100,000, and they consider you high risk if you're above 35. So by all three of those measures, Weld County or university schools will be considered by CDC high risk. These are two pieces of data that you heard referenced tonight, so here they are for you in graphic form. This is cumulative data. I will say this is not showing recent trends. So this is over the entire course of the pandemic. So from March of 2020 on, these are the percentages that each age group represents. So you can see that 0 to 19 is now making up of all the cases that have been reported in Weld County. This is just Weld County data. They represent about 20% of all confirmed cases in Weld County. And then you can see by hospitalizations. I think you can see that I think that's about 3% of 0 to 19 are represented in terms of hospitalizations in Weld County, again, through the entire duration. So this is university-specific data. I'm happy to share this data, but I would like to be very clear in saying we don't have any accurate source of data. I don't get this information from the health department. We don't have a database that we collect this information from. These numbers are based entirely on parent reports. So based on the information that's been reported to us, and that's why when you get the emails from us, they say we've been notified. We don't have a direct source of information to collect with them. So based on parent reports, we currently have, and this, I put 97, but I actually updated that this morning. So that's pretty current through today. We've got 40 confirmed cases. 7 of those are staff. I would like to point out Mr. Moses mentioned when he was speaking that substitutes are a pivotal issue for us, and they are. So each of those 7 staff members represents 2 weeks that they have to be at a classroom, that we have to have a substitute in there. And so that doesn't take into account all the teachers that are ill, that are having symptoms, so they're staying home, that are in professional development, that are in extracurricular activities. So in terms of being able to sustain our school and working function, that is a huge number for us and a huge impediment to being able for us to continue to operate successfully. I think you heard a couple of the teachers reference it, and if you talk to teachers, I think this also talk about this. Teachers are being incredibly gracious and getting incredibly frustrated having to cover classes for their colleagues. And so teachers' planning time is so small and so rare already, and the fact that we're having to take that on a pretty consistent basis from some people definitely a challenge for us. So I didn't want to point that out. So in terms of our data, where we're at, I broke it down for you by level. So at high school, we've had 7 exposures. Those exposures impacted 52 classrooms. 4 of those have resulted in 2 confirmed cases in the group. So for example, in a particular classroom that had an exposure, there are now 2 in that classroom that have been exposed. In high school, we've had 4 of those. So in middle school, we had 9 exposures, that's impacted 55 classrooms, and there are 4 of those that have 2 shared cases. At the elementary level, we've had 16 exposures, that's impacted 21 classrooms, and we've had 5 that have had 2 or more confirmed cases. 2 of those triggered a quarantine because we have multiple positive cases in those classrooms, and 1 of them today we reached outbreak status. So we have more than 6 students in a particular class that all are confirmed positive. And then I wanted to compare that just to give you a frame of reference to last year. So the first number is where we're at in the first couple weeks of school. The second number is all of 2021 combined, so cumulative for the entire year last year. So right now, as I mentioned, we've got 40 cases last year. For the entire year, we have 51 confirmed cases. Currently, we have 7 staff that have confirmed positive cases last year. All of last year, we had 10 confirmed cases among faculty and staff. This year, if we were quarantining, if we were using the same criteria, so the exposure notices that several of you mentioned that you received, we had 128 of those versus last year for the entire year, we had 92. And this year, as I mentioned, we've had 10 classrooms that have had at least 2 confirmed cases within the classroom. And last year, for the entire year, we had 4 of those. So that's, as of today, the most recent data that I have. And again, I can't speak for the validity of that because that's only based on parent reports. Based on what's been reported to us, those are our numbers out of the state. So I also wanted to share with you what our neighbors have been doing. And so this is just a summary of those around us. District 6 and 1 charter school, Cerro del Sol, in District 6 have a K-8 mask mandate in place. They also have a 2% threshold. If any secondary school reaches that 2% threshold, then they wear masks for 28 days. And then they re-examine to see if they've gone under that 2% threshold or not. Of the District 6 charter schools, Western Academy, Union Colony have similar code protocols to ours in terms of masks being strongly recommended. Frontier Academy, this just happened in the last week. Frontier Academy decided to go with that trigger that I just mentioned, the 2% rate. If they reach that 2%, then they're going to wear masks for 28 days. And at the end of that 28 days, if they fall below 2% and remove everyone wearing masks, and if they're still at 2% or above, they can continue for another month to wear masks. Windsor, I feel a little uncomfortable reporting this because they're currently meeting tonight, and I, of course, have no idea what protocols they'll put in place, but their current protocols, which have been in place for a couple weeks, are that if they reach a positivity rate of 3% in a particular school, that they're going to wear masks. They evaluate that every 2 weeks. And again, if it's below the 3%, then they revert to masks as optional, and if it's say above the 3%, then they continue to wear masks for another 2 weeks. Windsor is following very similar quarantine protocols to us in that they're not implementing quarantines for routine classroom exposures. However, they do have, again, another trigger that if a class reaches outbreak status, which is 5 in the recommendations this year. So if the class reaches that 5, the class will be transitioned or over for 14 days. So that's similar to what we've been doing when I mentioned those 3 classes that have quarantined. We haven't asked yet them to stay out for the 14 and allow them to test to return on duty. How long we've asked them to go. RE5 I've apologized to you, so living on places we have Johnstown. They just happened Friday, and so they implemented it Monday.
So they have a mask mandate in place for K, and then you can request an exemption that's similar to our exemption policy for immunizations. And if you request an exemption, you have to do some other things, one of which is quarantine if you are exposed. And then Ethan Flat Valley have masks as optional, and they still remain temperature screenings, and they are also not quarantining asymptomatic cases. So that's a little bit of an overview of where our neighbors are. So the top thing that CDPHE asked us to prioritize when making our mitigation plans and strategies is to reserve in-person learning. You certainly heard tonight from both sides of the aisle that that's very important. In terms of my priorities, that would be high on the list of priorities. I don't think anyone benefited from coming and going remotely. I don't think that was a successful venture for our students, especially. You heard a lot from our high school students, but I think if you were able to ask our elementary students, I know speaking as a kindergarten mom, and that was, I think, the challenge perhaps of my parenting life. So that was a difficult time for all of us, I know. So these are the things that they recommend that we consider to reserve in-person learning. So they asked you to look at ventilation. The university is in great shape there. If you remember last year, we were able to secure a CDE grant. We have filtration systems on every single unit in our building, and we're also lucky that almost all of our classrooms have individual units. That's really rare. Compared to most of the D6 schools, they have multiple classrooms or hallways that all share the same unit. So we're lucky that we have very few spaces that share filtration systems. So that is one place that we're really paying attention. They asked you to maximize outdoor activities. You'll notice in the video that all of the school-wide activities we've been doing have all taken place outside for that very reason. Research is fairly clear. We all have different feelings about research, but research is fairly clear that outdoor activities represent a very low risk for transmission. They ask you to have generous sick leave policies. The university has chosen to do that. We have continued to implement the emergency leave. That's no longer required because we're not under public health order. So we weren't required to do that, but the university has decided to continue to offer that leave. So we're taking advantage of that. Mask wearing, as you know, our current policy is that masks are strongly recommended if they're not vaccinated. Testing is another place that I think university is far ahead. We had a charter school leader meeting today, and we're the only school that has a robust and active on-site test available. I will congratulate our health department and Nurse Sandy, and I'll take a little credit for that. We worked all summer to be able to have the rapid tests available on site. District 6 doesn't even have that available yet. They're just beginning to implement that. We also were able to just sign up, so we'll probably have known in about 10 days to contract with the state to provide serial testing. So any family or students that are choosing that as an option for their family as a strategy would be able to do that on site with an outside provider, so that then we can focus our insight on people who are experiencing symptoms and exposures. We've had a very high interest in that. Last week we did about 300 tests on site. So we have a lot of families that are choosing to take advantage of that opportunity. So we're in really good shape in terms of our testing capabilities. Spacing, not so great. You all know there are very few of our classrooms that were able to maintain 3 or 6 feet of distance. Cohorting, we made the decision not to take advantage of cohorting this year. I think that, like all of these strategies, there are pluses and minuses. I think you will notice that almost all of our outbreaks have happened in elementary. So anecdotally, I would have to say that spending all day with someone increases your odds of exposure versus spending 90 minutes. We have less outbreaks at our high. And so I think spending 90 minutes with someone rather than an entire day with someone seems to impact the spread of the classroom. Symptom screening, we've asked parents to continue to screen at home based on the symptom checkers. Cleaning and disinfecting, we're still fogging every night with the backpack. You hear teachers sometimes talk about backpacks, you hear them sometimes talk about green spray. So we're continuing to do that nightly. and we're continuing to try to implement hand hygiene in the classroom and encourage families to move back at home. So the next thing that the state recommends is universal masks. The CDC recommends that everyone indoor in the K-12 school, teachers, staff, students, and visitors, regardless of vaccination status, wear a mask. The state amends that slightly and says that if you're not going to have universal masking, you can consider a mask maybe for unvaccinated staff and all unvaccinated individuals in general. Their next recommendation is to isolate positive cases, so our current COVID protocols require that we want to do as a positive test to isolate at home for 10 days. So far, we've been having pretty good support with that. And then the other thing, you heard a parent talk about how difficult it is. The other thing we want families to do is to stay home if your jobs are experiencing any of these symptoms. And then the last thing that they recommend is to monitor your number of cases that impact your classrooms and to alert families. I didn't put that on the last slide, but several of the districts are not doing that, and so that is something that you, I heard you all mention it, so you're certainly reading them, but we are continuing to send social notices for any classroom that was impacted. So then CDPHE has also developed quarantine guidelines that are specific only to schools. They recommend that schools handle quarantines different than the public. So if you, as a private citizen, go to your doctor and ask them what your quarantine guidelines should be, they will probably tell you similar guidelines to the ones that we followed last year in terms of 14 days, 10 days, or testing to return in 8 days. So for schools, they tried to give us more options because they felt like routine classroom exposures, which several of you mentioned, is certainly my opinion based on our data. We didn't see a lot of spread based on our quarantines last year. I don't remember the number, but I think it was 4 for the entire year. So we're very much aligned with the direction the CPHE is trying to go in that way. So they've given us 3 options, and if we take advantage of any of these or a combination of these things, if we can reach one of these numbers combined as a school, then they recommend that we don't quarantine routine classroom exposures. So option 1 is to have more than 70% of staff and students vaccinated. The second option is to have more than 70% of unvaccinated student staff participating in serial testing, which is once a week. And then the third recommendation to avoid quarantines, the third option to avoid quarantines is to wear a mask. And for that case, both have to be wearing masks. So I think someone asked the question of how would wearing masks prevent quarantines. So this is one of the ways that we could prevent quarantines. So if we do any of these 3 things or a combination of those 3 things, if we get to that 70% mark, then we, the recommendation would be that we not quarantine for routine classroom exposures, that we would only quarantine for others. So things that I think the board should consider. I think that as simple or as complicated as we'd like to see, these are our choices. If we can look at requiring vaccinations, like K-12, like higher education institutions have implemented, all of those typically have an exemption policy that goes along with them. We can consider masking, which also has exemption possibilities available. We can consider serial testing. We can consider combining all those 3, as I mentioned on the last page. If we combine those 3, any of those top 3 or combination of those 3 would remove quarantine for routine exposures from the table, which to me is a huge priority. Or we can continue with the current protocols we have in place. Those are sufficient and then we are
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. And I also kind of want to clarify a little bit from last year to this year. We had one person who spoke that kind of, I guess, insinuated that we're forcing masks on everybody right now. And last year's school year, there was a public health order from the state. So that's why everything happened the way it happened last year. It wasn't that we chose to do everything that way last year. The reason you're seeing all the boards making the decision now is there is no longer a public health order in place. So the boards are making policies now for their schools because we're not being forced by the state to do it. So that's some of the confusion where it was, we foresaw last year and now all of a sudden we're not doing anything. Well, we've followed exactly what we need to be doing at the time when school started. Now things have changed and that's why we're revisiting all of it again. But there's still no public health order in place to require us to do anything unless we're meeting, we're gonna stick with what we got all guidelines of CDPHE. So that's kind of a little bit of background where there's some misconceptions that's been brought to my attention, at least for the newer board members. Why we're in this position now and we weren't all last year for that reason. So I don't know, does anybody have questions for Jennifer at this point with what she presented? For Jennifer on any of our options or how it could look, how it should look. It's confusing, obviously, there's a lot of different options and a lot of different ways that we go about doing stuff. So I'll just open it for Amanda.
When a group is quarantined, like at the elementary class. Oh, yeah. Thank you. When a group is quarantined, we have some of the elementary, for example, what kind of education are they doing at home while they're on quarantine?
So the groups that are on full quarantine are remote learning in the same way they did last year. Students don't have that option if they're two words that get thrown around a lot that don't mean the same thing. So if you're isolating because you're sick or because you're positive at home, the students don't have the same access they had last year. You can just turn on their camera and jump up. For classes that are fully remote are taking advantage of
Okay, my other question was just on, do you have any information on attendance this year and how attendance maybe has been impacted? Thank you.
I don't have numbers in front of me, but I can tell you that it is dramatically different this year than last year. I think anytime we checked it last year, I think the highest absent rate that we had was about 7%. This year, I think there's lots of days that 20-25%. Whether that's COVID related, people staying home, obviously RSV and lots of things are going wild in our community and our nursery. Maybe a high percentage, about 20%.
So are you saying that if everyone in the class is wearing masks and someone tests positive, no one has to quarantine?
Only the person who tested positive, or anyone who develops gets sick and been exposed, you need to stay home and get tested. As long as you're asymptomatic, if you meet any of those criteria, you don't have to.
What options do we have for the students that are voluntarily quarantining and isolating to stay caught up? And I just know for me, personally, right, I've got 2 kids who were out for the first 2 weeks with that problem, and it's like they're still trying to get caught up. So to get a voluntary compliance, I think we got to address it somehow.
Yeah, so I think that while remote learning was great, Oregon in that situation is even less addressing than that. So we've asked parents to contact teachers to learn and to ask them how to let them continue to learn at home. I think for most teachers at the middle and high school level, that most often means accessing their time in the classroom and trying to keep up with that. But in terms of any direct isn't the right word, but face to face, whether through a screen or in person, that's not an option. Choose quarantine or parents. And I'm happy to talk about why if you like, but
that was a decision that we made, that I made based on input that we received from our faculty and staff, that just wasn't, from my perspective, and community practice, sustainable practice. I'm trying to teach what's in diversity online, and I believe a practice that wasn't sustainable for them. I think that it was better than the options that we had, but I don't think that that's a practice we can continue to sustain. It takes a tremendous amount of time and energy and money on a teacher's part, and they weren't trained, and it's not helping the education happens to us. So that was a decision that I made on behalf of the faculty and staff, but I will tell you that the feedback I received from them was almost universal. They felt like that was not better for you.
Are the kiddos getting, are the teachers allowing some grace periods and stuff for getting caught up and not required to be turned in at the same time as all the other kiddos? Like that's allowed, where they're not, hopefully not feeling super stressed out that they have to get all this done in 2 days and turn in. So that's a big priority too, to go that route. They need to have, you know, ample time to get caught up without penalties, so to speak.
And it's hard at high and middle, but it's even more difficult with elementary. I'm trying to provide them with program experiences to do while they're living at home. It's a huge challenge. It was a huge challenge last year, and that hasn't resolved itself. So it's not a great situation at high and middle, but it's really hard at elementary to continue to live on their home.
I guess that, then we need to figure out what are the 3 things that keep us from ending up with quarantines at tonight. Because again, you know, kids out 2 weeks, very, very little Google Classrooms for them to keep up with. It's now a struggle for my kids to get caught back up with elementary and middle school. I just know that's gonna be playing out with every family. And voluntary compliance is gonna be really hard to figure that out.
Yeah, I think CDBG is super clear, and it absolutely mirrors my own and I think our school's perspective that a more quarantine has got to be what we're talking about.
Jennifer, one of the options that was up on the screen was serial testing. And so I know that it has like optional weekly testing for staff and families who want their child tested. Do we have capacity? What's our capacity?
We do. So we currently are offering in-house a rapid molecular test, which is the lower nasal swab. That takes about 15 minutes for the results to come back, and we're staffing that in-house with supplies that are provided by the state for free. So we're not having the only expenses that we're incurring from that are the personnel. And then we are in the process of signing up. They're hoping that it's going to get started in about a week and a half, 2 weeks. We're contracting with the state to provide serial testing. So what we're doing, you can do serial testing, which means you're committing to doing it each week unless you opt out. But we're also doing symptomatic testing, and someone can just book an appointment if they're having symptoms. And we're also doing exposure. So a lot of the families, when we send the exposure notice, they can limit for their child to be tested. So right now, we're doing all of those things. We're going to contract with the serial portion of it with the state, and they have committed the resources to being able to provide, so whether it's 1 or 1,000 people, they'll come once a week, 1 day a week, and do all that testing for us. Again, that's all free of charge right now.
I just want, I guess, to clarify, that's good for that part of it, but if we, let's say we choose an option where it's parents' choice to either wear a mask, send their kids with a mask, get vaccinated, or submit serial testing once a week. How and do we have the capacity to track all of that stuff? And who's going to be tracking that Joe was supposed to be wearing a mask today because he said he was going to wear a mask, or Sue was supposed to get serial tested but she didn't, or how would those things work in a normal day in order to meet those guidelines to where we can still somewhat have choice, but that sounds like a big strain on our teachers, possibly, or administrators, or whoever's going to take care of that. Have you thought about that?
I don't think you can realistically do that. So what we've done with faculty and staff, that's currently the procedure for all adults not building, faculty, staff, or people that are volunteering regularly in classroom, or parents that want to attend a field trip. Basically a test that they're choosing one of those options. So if you're going to go on a field trip and
you fill out the same way you would your volunteer form. Now will include either I'm vaccinated, I'm going to wear a mask, or I'm going to serial test. So I would envision you would do the same thing with some of the parents. They would attest which of those three options you're choosing, and I can imagine it being longer beyond that. We ask parents to attest which of those three means. The word I heard most often tonight is personal responsibility. So something to take personal responsibility for choosing and implementing those things. I can't imagine we would ever put teachers in a position to say, Jeff chose the mask, so the smiles are now responsible for one of the I don't think that would be a reasonable responsibility for our teachers. I think that would be still a personal responsibility for our parents to choose which of those three options that make sense. We ask them to attest to that. The other reason I think that that would be important is because if a family attests to one of those things, then that's not protected medical information. If we ask for someone to verify to turn in a vaccination card listing to us, that does become part of their medical record with them. That has a lot of requirements under HIPAA, and it also has a lot of requirements in terms of how we store that information. So I would not recommend, if you're asking me what to recommend, I would recommend making it. I think we would ask parents to test which of those options they would choose. We might operate from the expectation that we usually need to do those things.
What exemptions are we gonna offer to parents? Is it religious exemption? I know Johnstown said parent exemption. What does that include?
So I think that some of that is governed by law. So if the student has a 504, has an IEP, those are conversations that we will have in a TPA situation to determine what exemptions are appropriate. Many places, and I think this is how most higher ed institutions operated when they chose a vaccination mandate. The exemption process they used was very much like the exemption process we use here. So I don't know if any of you've ever been through that process, but if you have the option to use your immunization record to choose, and those exemptions have changed a little bit. It used to be personal or religious, now they're sort of lumped into one category. But parents would choose that, and then most often there are other requirements that go with that. So typically it's choosing one of the other mitigation strategies, and typically it's choosing, and most people don't know this because it doesn't happen very often, but the law according to immunizations is that if you've chosen one of those exemptions and had an outbreak in the school, that you're going to use the word quarantine, but that you would have to stay home. So like, for example, you haven't received your measles immunization, you have a measles outbreak in school, the expectation would be that anybody who does not have that immunization is going to go to school. So I think that most of the certainly not the same process, whether it's vaccinations or masks or shared testing, to go through the exemption process, and then you have to choose mitigation strategies. That's why I would recommend that there are ways for us to offer choice on the front end, if you're going to offer them choice, one way or another.
In regards to mental health, it was brought up several times tonight. And have we noticed any alarming as far as our students? Some kids have dropped out. Do we have the resources that we need to address those mental health issues?
So I personally believe that mental health is the top concern for the adults in our building, for kids in our building. That's why you heard me talk earlier about all of our initiatives are focused on building community and trying to build connections and have kids become reconnected to school. And I like to explain it to people in terms of being and how they're the quality of our instruction and our content not curriculum. If the adults and kids aren't building so we spend a lot of time and energy in sort of Casey mentioned the instruction coaches, one of our new coaches, she's a social emotional learning coach, to help spearhead some of those efforts. And we devoted one Friday for Students Month and one Monday a month for teachers to work together in K-12 groups to try and improve some of those things. We have an existing contract with the to provide all services on site. We have a very active active, she's done very active sources of strength, programmers, advice. There's a lot to try to address, specifically for suicide, but certainly there's a lot of issues in general. So I feel confident that our university and investing in resources and nothing needs to try to address it, but it's absolutely foundational to growing forward. And not only learning us, but to grow forward after the pandemic. That's how
And what will then be the process if a child isn't wearing a mask or they don't wear one to school? What is the teacher's responsibility? What is your guys' responsibility? Then, I mean, I guess, who's going to be policing this all?
So we'll develop processes and routines for whatever policy you develop. But if you're asking for my recommendation, I do not think that that's a decision of an administrator or teachers in the city. I don't think that's supportive to the environment we're trying to create.
Okay, I think we'll try to start moving this forward here a little bit with kind of what our options are, and we need to talk about what our options are, how we can fit this in to hopefully accommodate as many people as possible. So we heard, obviously, universal masking is number one option. We've got testing 70% of the unvaccinated would get us there. A combo of all three of those. So a combo, the way we understand it, is going to be giving the choice to parents to either mask, test, get vaccinated, and breathe. What's that? That's not part of this part of it. This would just be saying, here's how we're going to move forward with our options, basically, to get some sort of policy in place moving forward that we can then revisit our next step. Or we reach a level of, the fourth one would be reach a level of 70% over 12 vaccinated, which doesn't look like we're going to hit that at this point. And then obviously the last option would be nothing, do exactly what we're doing right now and move forward. And then it sounds like possibly we could have a sixth option on the table, remote learning, and what that would look like if we went remote, basically, from what we've heard. So, from what we understand of it, obviously we can offer, a combo approach to it, give the choice to parents to attest that either their kids have been vaccinated, they're going to wear a mask in school, or they're going to submit to testing once a week. That would be the combo approach. So in my feeling with that is, could be the best for everybody, because basically 100% of our population is choosing one of the mitigation factors that best suits their family to move forward and meet all of the CDPHE guidelines for hitting these numbers, basically. So it kind of puts everybody in that 100% range. Does that make sense on the combo part of it? If we use, giving people a choice to do one of any of those three options, rather than picking just doing nothing or straight universal masking, or just a straight thing like that. It gives parents a choice, which we heard a ton of was the choice. And a lot of the emails that we got were probably 60-40 in favor of choice from the parents, roughly, without looking at all of them. So that's kind of where we're at. We need to kind of start hashing out what we feel is going to be the best for our population, and what you guys think is going to be the best route based on those recommendations that we follow through CDPHE. Because me personally, I don't feel like we don't have the luxury of doing nothing. We have to do something at this point to give families the choice and to try to mitigate spread as much as possible, obviously. And I feel like that combo approach of giving that choice to those families to attest to that. And we've heard that, obviously, I would
wouldn't expect, that's why I asked that question, I wouldn't expect a teacher or administrators to have lists and be making sure and babysitting that this person's, I would hope our families and our community would be honest. And if they chose to wear a mask, have your kids wear a mask. Or if you chose to serial test, you serial test. And that's that. You don't have to wear a mask unless you test positive. Or you don't have to quarantine unless you test positive. Or if you choose to get vaccinated, then you're vaccinated. Those are kind of those choices that I feel like families can make that will, help mitigate as much as possible as a combo approach for that choice. Because obviously we've heard a ton of numbers.
Only thing to clarify on that is obviously if you're an elementary student, if you're under 12, you can't be vaccinated.
Right, so they would have two choices. From kindergarten to 12 years old would have the two choices, and then 13 and up would have the three choices. So we do have obviously 13 and 14-year-olds in the middle school. They would have those three choices in order to take advantage of it because they could be vaccinated. So I'll open a little bit to, I guess, the rest of the board here on what you guys feel would be best based on everything you heard. And Paige, I just saw you, and I don't want to leave you out. I know you've got stuff prepared, so why don't we have Paige is our student rep, and she did kind of compile some stuff from students as a whole that I'll let her present if she'd like to really quick, just so we have that point of view before we get too much further. Sorry, Paige.
Okay. Hi, I'm Paige, Inspector of Students. It's nice to meet most of you. Mr. Husey made a survey that was sent to the entire high school student body. This is a collective and average answer from all the students as a whole. In the survey, 166 students responded. The first question showed an overwhelming majority of our students feel that their peers and staff have been respectful. The second question was about a mask mandate. About 70% responded, no, I prefer that masks remain highly recommended for all unvaccinated students and a personal choice for all students. About 20% said, yes, I prefer that all students and staff be required to wear masks in school, while about 13% responded that they don't have an opinion. And lastly, the third question was about quarantining. About 71% responded that they prefer to continue to notify students and families of close contact possibilities and let their families decide if they want to be quarantined. About 20% responded that they prefer to return to quarantining for close contacts to limit COVID spread, and about 10% responded that they don't have an opinion. That's all the research that we did.
Perfect, thank you, Paige. Appreciate all the work. I know it's hard to do that and compile all that stuff, so we appreciate that. It was good numbers too from those that responded. Do you know roughly percentage-wise how many that is of the total you said, like roughly how many that responded compared to how many were sent out? Just from general. So.
We sent that to all 610 high school students and got 166 respondents.
Perfect.
You're doing the math.
Just get my calculator out.
Board elections and surveys we sent out, that's about the norm, it seems like, for people responding to that kind of stuff.
It was way better than my last Friday survey.
There you go. So with that information, I'll kind of open it up to anybody on the board that wants to speak based on those options that we have. If you feel strongly one way or the other, or here we go.
You know, I've been looking at this a little bit. I've had a little formal wording. These options are out there, so Sharon might share me ahead of time. I have to discuss these. Did I lose? Right. You know, and I'd like to walk through one at a time and give you my 2 cents on it, just because I've had a lot of time to think about it. The remote learning, I think that is just detrimental to everybody. I think that is just a terrible idea. Number 2, requiring vaccinations of 70%. I think that
almost infringes on people's rights to do what they want to. I think that is a bad thing. Leaving this protocol the way it is, while I agree with a lot of people as to the freedom, mental health, I think that's great. But at the same time, there are other consequences. I believe this is public knowledge, so I will say that CSD, SIP, who controls our insurance, has sent us a notice regarding the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act as it applies to our insurance policy. Specifically, their information says the protection afforded by this policy can be lost in certain circumstances. For example, the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act, GCIA, strips protection for individuals who engage in willful and wanton conduct, exposing them to personal liability for such conduct. That includes the school and other people associated with the school. Additionally, the Colorado Court of Appeals recently ruled that knowledge of a health danger to another and conscious disregard thereof may be sufficient to render conduct willful and wanton for purposes of CGIA. I'm not a school attorney, I'm an attorney, but I don't do schoolwork, but I will tell you that scares me a lot if we were to do nothing and leave protocols the way they are. I think it's a situation where we open up ourselves, school, even teachers potentially to liability that may not be covered, that they may be able to be personally attacked. So I think as a matter of fiscal responsibility and responsibility to school, keeping it where it's at appropriate, just not feasible or likely. On the other hand, I think masks are probably mandating masks. I agree with this gentleman who spoke earlier, but I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think that's necessary. You could say there's different options. Obviously, masks all the time, or masks would reach a certain level, spread, whatever have you. I'm not sure that's the right answer, but I will tell you it's possible, but it's better than doing nothing at all. Testing 70%, I don't know if that's the right answer either. I don't think that satisfies a lot of people. So I frankly think that a combination makes sense. And I'm going to give him credit that KJ Martinez, when he spoke of what he used to apparently looks like. He said something really important. He said we need to come together as a community, we need to compromise. So there's protecting our children, there's protecting our rights. It's a balance. How do we do that? We compromise. And I think the compromise that works for most people, and by the way, nothing's perfect. No one's ever going to be happy. We're never going to have 100% happy. Is to do a combo. Allow 12 kids and teachers, kids 12 or older, or teachers, to either be vaccinated, to be tested on a regular basis, what that basis is, or wear a mask. Under 12, wear a mask, or be tested regularly. I think it meets a lot of the different sides, and I think it's something we need to think about. Actually, going back to the other issue of not doing anything, I believe this is also out there in the public, is that we receive something called ESSER funds. I think the board knows what that is. Maybe I'm going to give my elementary definition of ESSER, and I think Sweeper could probably supplement it. ESSER is essentially money we receive from the government in order to facilitate masks, testing, whatever have you, and we receive quite a bit of it. If we were found to not do enough and to be out of compliance with doing reasonable amounts, we could lose that funding and be required to pay back that funding that we received. Am I correct?
So the money is to prevent the spread or to accommodate the impact of COVID. And so we were required to supply a mitigation plan in order to receive those funds. And so if we didn't follow our mitigation plan, or we have to provide data that our mitigation plan is successful, that Dr. Rose is indicating that one for years.
Okay. So we're talking another financial risk if we were not to do anything at this point. option. I think there's some details that need to be worked out, but on one side, it allows kids, parents to make that decision, no testing. I mean, no masks, I'm gonna go for testing. It allows other people to say, look, we're gonna have masks if you don't want it otherwise. Nothing's perfect, guys. I don't think there's the perfect answer. It's just what is best and what means for you, what your expert needs. Bill, we kind of looked at, I think one of the things that we need is a really strong partnership with families. As we do that, I think that there's repercussions as we look at those decisions. And let me just say, I'm in agreement with you. I think that those choices need to be taken. What do we do with kids who do serial testing test positive? And all of a sudden, our parents available immediately to pick up kids, and how do we deal with isolation protocols, things of that nature, where all of a sudden we've got kind of an interrupt-driven event that now has to be taken care of. All of these are kind of things we just need to think through, and as families, as we choose one option or another, kind of expect, here's our side of the responsibility for that. And I guess maybe as we do this, we gotta really communicate that well, as to what those family responsibilities are under each of the choices. The choice is masking. We gotta have the kids buy-in, because if masks aren't being worn, well, the family has said, hey, this is the solution I'm taking. I'm committing to that. That is a commitment. And as us, as we're looking at the mitigation strategies, that's got to be a serious commitment. So I guess what I would say is we got to have really strong communication with families that understand what those choices are and the repercussions and the responsibilities with each choice that they make.
If I could just clarify, Eric, isolation protocols are one area that are still covered under the public health orders. We don't have discretion, so and we do have to report those positives to the state and so the health department. So it's a really important point. Many of the positives that we found have happened on site, either through serial testing or through testing to exposure. And so two implications of that being strategies, we're one who will continue to have positive cases and students want to isolate. And that increases the odds that you're going to have 5 student outbreak status and that in our control. So those are the two important considerations.
I guess I just wanted to add something really quickly. It's not exactly on point with that, but something else that's Jeff and I talked about implementation. And I think someone said it very well. This is not a permanent solution. This is a temporary band-aid to get us past this point. And we also, as a board, I don't really have an answer to this. We need to establish, are we going to do this for until the next meeting on the second Tuesday of October, or Wednesday, excuse me. I think it's October 13th. Are we going to come back in 2 weeks? Who's the board who's going every 2 weeks? Is that Windsor?
I hate to report hearsay, but my understanding is part of the reason they're meeting tonight is to amend that Frontier in District 6 and amend theirs to 28 days rather than 2 weeks based on advice from the health department. The health department said 2 weeks for the exam to have made it through the quarantine period. And if you're doing it to try to slow transmission, that probably isn't effective. So that's secondhand information that I believe that's one of the reasons.
I just want to make sure the board's aware we have basically 2 decisions. One, what's our protocol, and 2, how long do we want that protocol to be? And I guess how do we terminate that protocol at the next meeting? What have you? Just thoughts.
I guess I'd like to throw in there and just say I agree. We've got to do something. We can't do nothing. The numbers you put up when we're 2.5 weeks into school and they're all higher than all of last year, that's not really a solid number there. That's kind of a scary number. So we have to do something. I like the options of choice.
opportunities to make their choice, but I think that we have to have a threshold where we say yes or no, these are not working. I think that we have to have something that says if somebody agrees to do something and they're not following through, what are we gonna do with that?
In the serial testing option, was it specified that that was weekly, or is that, okay?
Yeah, it'd be weekly.
Weekly.
Good, Bill?
That's the rule. We can obviously increase that to 3 times that are resources, or that would strain us, but that's the minimum. So to get our stable or CDPHE recommendations. Okay.
And they're also, so talking about trigger points, one of those is that we are in a high risk because of county numbers right now. And that's part of what's triggering this right now. So I guess we have to look at that, decide what are going to be those triggers that police, or where we look at changing the protocol. One, I think Jennifer very clear as we can get on what's going on in the school. You know, so that we can adjust as needed, but then we'll have to look at what's going on in the county as a whole, because that's part of what's going to listen to the scenario.
I personally think that's something we're gonna have to deal with on a monthly basis for the next 6 months to a year, if not the entire school year, we're readdressing again. So, yeah.
Revisit it every month.
I think we have to, but it's definitely right about that, just every month we're gonna have to do this, so.
I'll try to make sense of this. It makes sense in my head, but it's a little more choppy. I agree that we need to do something that sitting around and not doing anything isn't the answer. I also don't want to leave that as a chance that we can do something more progressive. I think one of the things that's always amazed me about university, I've been a part of the university family for over a good 30 plus years. And even reading through the charter, one of the things in our charter, time after time, if you read the first few pages, is we've always been known as a school of innovation. That means that we're not a school that necessarily just does what everybody else does. And I understand that we're under restrictions by the CDC and the CDPHE, all the fun acronyms that we're under, and I understand that. And I take that very seriously. But I just, following through these first 3, while it might sound like a Band-Aid, which is maybe what we do for the first month until we have time to research and look at more. But realistically, so my background, I've been in healthcare for almost 20 years. I teach human disease classes, I study a lot, I've done a ton of research. And one of the things that we're gonna risk, that we're gonna see when we start to serial test, is you're gonna see another spike. You're gonna see a huge spike. Because in this age demographic, especially our unvaccinated elementary school students, a lot of them are asymptomatic carriers who aren't passing it on necessarily. And that's one of the things that they found, is they asymptomatically will pass it on and develop antigens and antibodies between one another. And that's why a lot of the belief system is why they're not getting sick. However, they will still test positive. And so with the positive test, now we have outbreak status. Now we have entire classes go. And so that's one of the things that we risk. Because I truly believe that just from the number of emails we received and the respondents I've seen around the community, the university community, is I think a lot of the parents who don't want to mask their children, and I am adamantly supporting those who don't want to mask their children, because as much as we want to say that they're innocuous and they don't cause a difference, they really do cause mental issues. In an exercise physiology world, we put masks on people to starve them out from oxygen, and we can use something as simple as a cloth mask to do that. So I know that it makes a difference. I know that it makes a difference physiologically. And so I think those parents should have that choice to not mask their children. But when the only, especially I have 2 elementary school kids, so the only result is now I have my 2 elementary kids that are getting serial tested odds are they're gonna eventually test positive. It's gonna happen. And so as an educational facility, our elementary schools, specifically I'm speaking about, we now have the potential, I don't wanna necessarily bring gloom and doom, but the potential is we could have a large number of our classes quarantined. Because once we get those outbreak statuses, classes go away, they go remote, they go online. We have, even if we don't get outbreak status, we have 3, 4 students in every class. We're now isolated. We're missing 2 weeks of school. I think it's going to have a pretty significant impact on the academics of our kids. And so while I agree that we can't just not do anything and even stick with our current protocols, I think we need to be more creative. And I don't know what that looks like. You had mentioned KJ, they all took off, but those last two boys who spoke, I had similar ideas to them as far as let's say, hey, when we're in high group activities, when we're in capacity, that's when maybe we have masks on. When we're in our classes, we can possibly increase filtration. Maybe there's additional filtration devices that we can give for our classrooms. There's ones that are cleaning out 85% of the air every 15 minutes. I don't know what the full capacity of our filtration devices are. But so I think that innovation is possible. And without rambling on much longer, I get that maybe we need to do that for the first month. We need to do the vaccines, the serial testing, the whatever. The serial testing honestly scares me. It really does. But I think I would like to push the school community and the board to appoint a task force or do something that would actively be searching out interventions, because I think that if we just leave it to chance, we'll make it back to our next board meeting in a month and we'll be like, oh, well, I thought of this, and I don't think action will really. So that's my 2 cents. I don't know clear where I'll vote at this point in time, but serial testing.
Ryan, I appreciate that. I just want to reemphasize my opinion on the combo, if you will, is short-term. And I like the idea of putting together a couple people to study this. The question is who wants to do it, who has that availability, and it can only be limited board members. Line of law that says we can't have 2 of us at a time talking about it, so we have to find other people to do that. We have someone else to do that. I don't think that's a bad idea. We have parents who are willing to do that. 3 to 5 people.
Yeah, there you go. I would be willing to use the board to do some of that.
But at the same time, we need to get something done tonight.
Right.
I love the idea of being creative in your idea, but we have to do something tonight. We have limited options. So, I don't think that's a bad idea. I think that's actually a good idea to have people look at the problem, but there needs to be communication between someone on the board. Probably one person, whether it's you or someone else, parents, teachers, just coming up with ideas, presenting those to the boards. I like that idea.
I guess that brings us back to if we do have the serial testing as an option, part of that parental notification, full understanding that as an option is there's a lot higher chance you're going to end up with positive tests. And what that means, that means parents' responsibility to taking that responsibility for that approach. I need to throw it out there though. Masking protects more of the other person than it does you as the one wearing the mask, which unfortunately that's part of that responsibility too. So throw that out there.
Well, and I guess my point to that too is like we don't know what our parents are going to choose. There could be, obviously, we had, parents that don't want their kids masked. We only heard from a fraction of our population. We have 1,746 students and heard from probably, off my head, 140 of them is all.
So we don't really know, we can have a huge population that just chooses to put on masks. They're not serial testing because they just choose, they don't want their kids tested, they either can't get the vaccine or they don't want to get it. That might be a viable option for a lot of parents. To just say, well, we're gonna wear a mask then for now and see what happens. And then we can revisit that the next time we either change something or we stick with it. Then if things change and they get the vaccine, now they got the vaccine and they don't have to wear the mask. So we're assuming just based on a small swatch that we could have a bunch of people that just don't serial test and wear masks. It's easier.
It was just 100%
And that's my, yeah, we get 100% participation from everybody doing one of these 3 mitigation strategies. We don't know what everybody's gonna pick, that's the point, is the choice of it. They can pick what they want, and if we have a whole bunch of people that do the testing and choose to do that, then we deal with that spike possibly. And who knows, we may not even have that spike, but obviously you don't know how that's gonna play out, but I think to not prolong this whole night is, I think that choice is there. I'm not hearing anybody advocating for, full masks across the board, or masks K through 8 like District 6 did, or testing just the unvaccinated, or trying to get to that 70% of our population being vaccinated, which with K through say 7 or 8 that can't even get the vaccine, that's basically impossible. For the most part, in my opinion, I don't think we can get to that point until until the youngers are allowed to get it. That doesn't even follow suit. So I guess we need to get to the point here where we can.
Well, we're gonna have a process challenge. And then tomorrow morning, we're not gonna have 100% of parents having voted one way or another, right, on something. So part of what we do is put a default option in the table, on the table. Then until the choice is made, we have a default option that is, what we have to do. And that way, if we were to start out, I suspect everybody has masks. We start there and immediately let parents have an option as we work through the process. I'm not sure. Jennifer, I don't know how we help you get a system in place in any short period of time.
I would anticipate the shortest serial stick time, we could get feedback from all of our parents and have the state serial testing for 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
I think that would be the quickest turnaround we could ever afford it. Because it's, as you saw from the survey, I think that's pretty typical. When we send out to parents, we usually get about 25-30% response rate. So it's gonna take a tremendous amount of time and energy to get all parents to fill that out. And like I said, we're looking at about 10 days before the state testing would get done. So if you're asking for a guesstimate, I'd be able to take us 2 weeks to get an answer from every parent on how to do testing. If we end up having 700, 800, 1,000 people who choose to do that, I think about 2 weeks is what it would take.
Good site is probably parents that have a real opinion on it, feel passionately, will get this kind of responses back quicker. So maybe this still does solve that parent choice.
I have a couple of questions. When we're talking about serial testing, Jennifer, are we talking about having that done by the state at the school, or is that the parents? That could be their responsibility to have that done weekly.
So we have to talk about that. The state's intention is that they're participating in the state serial testing program is CDPHE's intention, but again, these are all recommendations, they're not requirements.
So then I have another question. Ryan, those were some, I thought some very valid, some very good comments regarding the school and the physiology of this. But based on your comments, you have a kindergarten class and maybe a handful of kids are asymptomatic, but 2 or 3 of them test positive 1 week or subsequent weeks. If they're asymptomatic, would they still need to isolate?
They test positive.
But under your explanation, they're not passing it on.
No, they don't recognize that. All they recognize is a positive or negative test.
And the CDPHE. But isn't this something that the school committee, this task force you're gonna head up, make that part of a plan for the board to look at?
I believe that that part is still under emergency order or health orders, and so I don't think we as a school can make that.
Okay, thank you.
From my understanding, that's the one piece that's still under health order, and they require to isolate for 10 days. That's my understanding as well.
I guess I'm a little concerned about the feasibility of this, putting us on the jobs of staff and administration already on top of everything else they're doing with contact tracing and everything to collect all of this data from every parent, make sure we've got every kid cross-checked that they have picked which option they want. I just feel like this doesn't seem even possible to do this. You have a good plan.
Choices that we can't just say, this is what you have
I have
to
a
do.
feeling a lot of people also feel like this isn't a choice. That these three options, they don't win any of these three, and so that's not a choice either. That their choice is to not do any of them, and that's the choice they want. Not one of these three. Their choice is they don't want any of these. So I guess I'm just concerned about how you're gonna go about implementing something like this. I love the creativity of it. I like, if you have to do something, that type of thing, and I'm necessarily going with what everybody else does. But how do we do it?
So, and I think we would do that with the faculty. I would send that little form to every parent and ask them to choose one of the three. And then, like I said, it'll take turns on a follow on the back end with all the parents who don't know that. That'll take, I imagine it will take the biggest amount of manpower is just tracking all the parents who don't initially fill out the form. I don't know, here at my grade, people will get a much higher return rate than we usually do because parents are passionate about it. I can't forget to predict that. It's just based on what we normally get back from parents. It takes a lot of work. Doing registration, there's a tremendous amount of time tracking down all parents who didn't complete on registration and pay their fees, and yeah, that's for sure going to take a significant amount of time. But in terms of what we would do, I think we would do this the exact same thing that we sent to faculty and staff and something.
I agree that it's hard. I think it's difficult. It's sort of awkward for us as a board to put that on the administration. But I think these people deserve kids and deserve their choice. We have to figure out as a school how to do that. Yes, it's awful. Yes, it's difficult. It strains our resources, but this is not a normal time. So I agree with you. It's difficult. I think it needs to be done so that people like these people here have that choice to do something besides this, to do something otherwise. Something else I want to bring up with the administrator going through that, I think the default, I think maybe it was the time to send this a few months ago, was that send out a form, and the form was not returned, the default is your campus. If you want to opt out, that's going to be go to serial testing, yes, I'm vaccinated, whatever have you. If you don't respond, then I think the fault is you have to wear a mask. So I don't like that idea, but I think you have to have a fallback in case you know the parents respond.
So if we think it's gonna take a couple weeks to get all of this going, what are we gonna do in the next 2 weeks if we feel like we need to get something now? And we can't just sit on our hands. You know?
Well, I will volunteer my time to help Ryan. Obviously, we've got some issues about not having two board members working on something at a time, but I also by trade and run software teams. I also run a ton of our students, through my business, and we got some options, I think, with students who, if we got 25% of them that returned response, if we could even tap 5% of them, they care passionately one way or another about things to help get the word out. Let's get the students involved. This is their school. This is their day-to-day that's going to matter the most. Let's see what we can do. How do we tap the students? Work with parents, how to tap the students to get what we need there. But I do agree. I think we're going to have a default option that takes place in the meantime. And I think that default option probably ought to be masking with the option then to opt out of that as quick as we can. I don't know what else we could do without waiting 2 weeks for something. And I don't think that's an option with the numbers we saw tonight.
Well, and to clarify too, I mean, our 40 cases based on our students and staff is roughly at 2% of our population as well.
Really symptomatic cases, 40.
The 40 cases are symptomatic, do we know?
Are they? They're just positive.
I think they're
Yeah,
just
we-
positive,
so
we have no idea.
They
if
might
they're
not
even-
even have symptoms.
Most
Right.
of the reports we're getting are symptomatic. Most of the asymptomatic that we're getting are siblings that are tested because of positive number is positive. But we don't track them as symptomatic.
So, 2% isn't a super high number, in my opinion, at this point, to where do we set the threshold? In the meantime, 4%, let's say, if we reach 4%, which would be roughly 78 positive cases.
But is it at a point in time?
That's what, well, in the meantime, until we gather all the, no, just until we gather the information to where we still have that choice, we're not forcing masks, which is gonna just, it's gonna deteriorate anything we try to do with sending out a survey, like, people are gonna flip out, and they won't respond, or they're gonna pull their kids, and they're gonna, those kind of things, so I don't know if that's something as a solution in the meantime, that, hey, we're setting this bar at 4% right now, and if we hit that before we get everybody's buy-in to this, then we will fully mask based on that number.
People are positive today, who aren't positive in 2 weeks, their number will not count towards that percentage.
Right, technically, yeah.
Roll.
It's the rolling, right?
Yeah, the 14 day.
Right.
So what's driving this? Is it that 40 positive number that we've had? I mean, what's driving this from what we're doing currently?
I think it's the fact that CDPHD said, that we're in a high risk and we really need to do something. I think that's what the driving factor is. They said, hey, we gotta do something. And so for risk mitigation, we gotta do something.
I think risk mitigation is also, you're talking ESSER fund, millions of dollars, you're also talking about, losing insurance coverage, for multiple one acts. So I think there's multiple things, right? That's my opinion.
Looking at some of their surrounding schools, I know that Severance has that 3% threshold, some of the schools have the 2% threshold. So would it show, at least, I mean, from your concerns, legal, that's all that stuff, would it suffice, do you believe, those things if we set a threshold pending this, 2 weeks or whatever, Ms. Weaver thinks that it's feasible for us to get the data that we need to get collected. So basically we maintain status quo pending whatever we decide to be a threshold. If we hit that threshold, masks all the way across until we can get the new stuff rolling. Is that showing enough intention?
I would say legally, everyone's gonna school law, but I think if we make a step in that direction, and maybe 3%, I don't know where we get that number from, just throw it out there, maybe I don't know where Windsor got it from, I have no idea, 3%. But if we throw out something with the idea that in 2 weeks we're doing it, I think we've legally protected ourselves because we can basically say, look, we can't do our mitigation strategy immediately, so we're doing what we can, we're doing what we can now, so we get to that strategy later on. So I would feel comfortable with a temporary week or two going, if we get to 3%, 2.5%.
I did ask today District 6 for, Frontier chose 2% because that's the number of use. District 6 chose to determine school by school when they want to see, and District 6 today said that was an arbitrary percentage. It was an arbitrary percentage they showed on recommendations. They felt like that was reasonable. So I'm not sure.
And that's District 6 that decided that.
Yeah, District 6 at 2%.
So based on our number, 2% will be 39, 3% will be 58, 4% will be 77.
And Ryan, one other thing is that part of legally defending your position, saying what's reasonable, is being able to look around at everyone around you and going, we're doing what they're doing. Or, at least we have the same mentality. Exactly, we're close by what they're doing. So I think it would be defensible, if you will, and reasonable for protecting us legally. I mean, I'm not school under, right? But
So, that 40 number that we're looking at, that's been since the beginning of school. What is, do you have our like 10-day census, how many positives we have out right now? James?
So it's a 14-day rolling total. So if someone will tell me what 14 days ago was from today, I'll count.
August 25th.
So from the 26th, we're at 28.
And what's our total at?
28 students, and our total number is 1926. How many is the students and staff?
1.5 divided by what, Jennifer?
Do we have to include staff in our total number?
Should.
We have to include staff, right?
We are expected, and those numbers generally help us, especially with new vaccination. Our vaccination rate went from about 32% to about 46% when we added adults in. So generally, that helps us.
I don't know, I've seen schools, I mean, there's schools at 2 and there's schools at 3, so I mean, I don't know if you want to just throw out an arbitrary number too. I mean, I would go for it.
I want to be very clear, it's not arbitrary.
Right.
It's we're following what
Following
other
what other
schools
schools
are doing, it's arbitrary, sounds like that, to be honest with you. But the idea is that, when other schools follow their lead, you possibly get an ID, it has other things set up, so.
What was Frontier?
When we're, that's District 6, it's, and we're an outside charter of District 6, there it's, yeah, so that probably makes the most sense.
Legally, 2% makes the most sense. It really does.
So, here's an option, an idea. How about if we set a threshold? I think Windsor, I think a couple of other surrounding districts are at 3%. But let's say if we set a threshold, and if we stay under that, then we're status quo. As soon as we get to that, we're exceeded, then the parents pick one of the 3 options, okay? Then we go to 28 days with mitigation options. And if we're below that threshold, then we go until we get to that point. That way, everybody has something to work towards to keep us below that number.
We like that.
Well, that's what some of the schools do, and I don't necessarily agree with that. And because the 2% isn't pulled from the CDPHE. That's my problem. The CDPHE comes out and said 2%, I think that's great. What I think we need to do is I think we need to figure out what state guidelines are, somehow get under those, and go from there. I really do. And 2%, 3%, 2.5 is not part of what the CDPHE is regulated. It is state aid is necessary. So I think that being our final goal, I think is legally just a bad idea. I think you need to look at the CDPHE guidelines and go, you need to fit under those. And if you fit under those legally, you're largely, I would say, defensible against anything that's wet. So I think we need, I think that's 2% is temporary just because it's on our, well, other than master or some other option, but I don't think most of that's the right idea.
So, I guess my question then would be, why are these other schools thinking it's defensible or okay to just pick a number and roll with it like that? Like, I mean, I guess if they're doing that and it's working, would that be the same defensible spot for us that we're following suit with what everybody around us is kind of doing, whether it's CDPHE or not? CDPHE is all recommendations. They aren't giving us that you have to fall between these things. So legally, is that, I guess when we're talking about that indefensible part of it, if we're doing District 6 is doing it, they're huge, they pick that number randomly, whatever they want to call it, but does that?
I think the most defensible position is following what CDPHE says. Okay, that's really it. I think the 2% or 3% is somewhat defensible, but it's nowhere near a legally strong position to take. What those jurisdictions have decided, I don't know why they did it that way. Perhaps they think it's completely legally defensible, and perhaps it is. Outside of my expertise, but the reason I say something besides 2%, it's not as legally defensible as following CDPHE. My belief is if you're under CDPHE guidelines, I don't think anyone can touch it as long as you're following what the state health authorities are saying is appropriate. That's my opinion.
And I guess also just to clarify, so for District 6, that's only their secondary schools that are doing that. Their elementary schools are not. And I think the other thing to keep in mind is that if you sort of set a threshold and aren't using another strategy, then in the interim, the expectation is you're still going to, which is why District 6, exactly whether you agree or disagree, I would just from a practical standpoint, one of the advantages to that is then they no longer have a quarantine, they implement that change. And so if we set a trigger and we're under that trigger, then I think the place that we're most open to criticism is that we should quarantine classroom instructors. And if you saw from the data, I don't know off the top of my head, we have 150-ish classes and we do not want to see that. And I would really caution us from putting ourselves in a position. So if you remember when we went remote in November, we had about 20 classes that were quarantined without remotes that we ever had in quarantine and moving them remote. And we're now using the same guidelines. We have, I think about 150 classes. So whatever strategy we choose needs to be close.
I would have to reiterate that too from the faculty standpoint. We got a lot of feedback from the staff. They really worried about quarantines and having to go back to teaching remotely, or having to sub. They're giving up so much of their time to cover each other's classes. It's getting really tough. They're getting exhausted, and I just feel like anything we can do from keeping
are willing to let us take would be grateful to not have to go over something.
So the only mandatory, if I'm correct though, is if there's a positive test, they have to isolate, go away. Is there any other, like, who's making the mandate of the quarantine? Is that just a decision that we make, or is that a CDPHE thing or a CDC?
That's not a mandate, so that's why we chose to open school in the guidelines that we are. So it's not a mandate, but it is clearly described the circumstances under which you should avoid quarantine. And so I think in terms of a liability perspective, and I think in terms of the segment of our population who feels very strongly that their students shouldn't be exposed on a regular basis to COVID, from those two perspectives, we should consider that. But no, it's not a mandate unless we reach outbreak status.
So I don't remember what the number of students we had vaccinated was. Do you remember?
The number of students or the number 12 and above?
Oh, I guess we've got the solution for both.
So for, at the high school level, we've got 258 students that are vaccinated. And these are all estimates because I don't know how often we don't get alerts every time someone gets vaccinated. So these are approximate. The 258 at high school, 115 in middle school, and the number of students we currently have vaccinated. And then staff, we currently have 183 staff vaccinated. Excuse me, 154 at home.
So if we put a default on a masking option, it was fairly quickly, we could probably move the number of people out of that.
Yeah, high school, that's about 42%, and middle school, that's about 24%.
And then serial testing wise, capacity, you think we're about a week out before the state would have capacity, 2 weeks out for the state to have capacity to.
Right now, we're testing about 300 people, and that's pretty close to max capacity. If you check our appointments, it's pretty hard to get one.
Okay, and we need to keep some of that capacity for.
That's mostly,
symptomatic.
that's some serial tests, but that's mostly exposed to symptomatic.
Okay. They don't have a serial test. So I guess that kind of puts us in a, we gotta do something. I guess this is asking.
I say set a threshold.
Well, we could do a threshold, but we also didn't have to do a quarantine. Right?
We don't have to do one, I mean, that is a choice that we're
We can continue with the quarantines that we have in place and notifying parents of exposure and only quarantining by outbreak status.
What's the degree of outbreak in solar? Yeah.
legal quarantine. Please remote, productive. Our teachers don't work.
I'd like to suggest a motion for some everybody that, hey, we move this forward and have the discussion. But my motion would be that we set a threshold, okay? And once we exceed that threshold, then we have the three options for 28 days. And we can immediately, this can be immediately implemented, after tonight. And whatever that number is, 2%, 3%, and we move this thing forward for a month until this task force, and give the task force some time to come up with a more innovative type of program for this school to mitigate the exposure and transmission of the virus within this school. I can't actually make the motion, but I feel that's what should be discussed and considered.
I agree.
So who's gonna do it?
So moved. It's a good compromise.
All right, I'll make a motion that we set a 3% threshold on positive COVID cases. Once the threshold is reached, families will be required to make one of three choices: to either be vaccinated, if possible, if they're 12 or older, to wear a mask, or to submit to weekly serial testing for 28 days. Ending us having another meeting and setting the guidelines.
Okay, so we have a motion by Brian, a second by Tina, and we will now conduct a roll call vote for either a yes or a no for this part moving forward. And we'll go in alphabetical order here, so, Mr. Daggett.
Yes.
It's a yes for Mr. Daggett. Mr. Fitzsimons.
No.
It's a no from Mr. Fitzsimons. Mrs. Haas? That's a yes from Mrs. Haas. Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
It's a yes from Mr. Martinez. Mr. Maeda?
Yes.
Yes for Mr. Maeda. Mr. McAdams?
No.
It's a no for Mr. McAdams. Mr. Miles?
Yes.
Yes for Mr. Miles. Mr. Weber is a yes. Mrs. Welly?
Yes.
Yes for Mrs. Welly and Mrs. Whitcomb.
Yes.
And a yes for Mrs. Whitcomb. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 yeses to 2 noes. So the motion passes. So let's make sure we have this written down exactly the way you. So we're doing 3% threshold, which is roughly at this point 58. So it'd be 58 positive cases for a 14-day rolling. If that's reached, we will then go to one of the three options.
We didn't specify, but could we consider having, did you discuss having a default answer unless you let us know if you're vaccinated or versus being zero testing?
Say that.
Could we have a default answer at the deadline if you haven't alerted us by this deadline, the default answer, whatever situation you choose, whatever
Yeah.
you choose.
Right.
Unless you let us know if you're vaccinated or versus being zero testing. And then also, just to clarify, you want us to continue with the current quarantine procedures?
Yes. And then once 28 days, so we will revisit at each board meeting.
Jennifer, can we send out that survey now and just have the answers in our back pocket? So that if it gets professional, we already have the answers, we don't have to try to scramble to do it.
And how many days did you say rolling?
The 14-day rolling period. Davis, anything that you said, right? In that, I think we got all of that. Okay, and then the next thing that should be a little bit quicker, hopefully, that we still need to vote on would be to, you know, maybe we don't. What we had planned, depending on what was picked, is then once we reach this threshold, which I guess based on your motion, the board will then revisit and make a decision moving forward. That was kind of the second part of some of this that we were going to talk about, is whether once we hit the threshold or whatever we voted on, who would then be the one to make decisions if we hit it moving forward. Would we relinquish that back to the administration if that happened, or would the board meet every, but based on the motion, we would reconvene each month? And
I would say, I mean, I guess the part behind the motion is that would be the policy that's now set in place, and it's gonna be in perpetuity until we as a board change it, and so we're gonna have the ability to change it.
right, yeah, based on that, that takes away that secondary part that we were possibly going to work on, so.
The only wrinkle I personally logistically is that I believe you have to, I don't believe in serial testing, you do it twice. So I'll have to check on it. I think that perhaps, I don't think 14 days covers serial testing with the state program. I think you have to, let's just say it's delayed 2 months. So I'll find out for sure, but I'm not sure that 2 weeks, if you only do it in 14 days, you only test twice. I'm not sure that counts as serial testing. So I can get you that answer, but I believe you can opt out once you're in it for a pen, but I don't believe twice counts as serial testing. I think that just counts as screening. I can find out that answer for you once I get in touch with the state, that would be people who choose that option might have to do it more than twice.
But we're not getting to that point unless we hit that threshold anyway, so if we hit that 3%, then, but yes, we need to find that out, obviously, but. So then will this be, I guess, Jennifer, we put this into communication to everybody tomorrow probably, or probably as soon as possible, obviously, not tonight, but tomorrow at least.
Not tonight, but I can do it tomorrow, no problem.
Okay, so, any other conversation around that at this point for that bullet item on our agenda? All right, perfect. Well, then we will move forward then to 10.0 here, round out the meeting here with board reports and communication. I have nothing. Paige, this is a part where we go around at the end of the meeting, and if you have anything you want to add or say, or anything you're seeing in school or want to bring up to the board, you can. You do not have to say anything at all. Everybody goes around and says, I've got nothing, or if they want to bring up something. A lot of people share fun things that have happened or stuff that they've seen or heard of, but you're not on the meeting today. So you're on my right, so I'll start with you. Okay. All right, perfect. Tina, do you have something?
I just wanted to say really quickly, the back to school events, I think we're really well received. I appreciate all the effort that was spent in place for that. So that's all, keep it short, but it was really, really great.
Perfect. Right?
I just wanted to thank everybody for longer. Yeah, but also, if I mean, I'm more than open to. I don't know how we want to technically set up any sort of task force or whatever. But if in your email you want to put my email address, that people can contact me if they're interested in being on that. I am more than willing to do that. Yeah, other than that, thanks for having me here for my first meeting. So, you guys think this could be
Stephanie?
That number one.
Eric? I don't have anything. Ethan? I just wanted to say that I thought the houses became a real nice feature for making it more of a K-12 feeling school like Bill? Oh. Oh yeah, we have our golf tournament on Saturday. It's going to be awesome for the foundation. If anybody wants to get in, I can get another team in or 2 teams in the next 24 hours. I can probably get them in. So if you have a team you want to come play, come play.
All right, Bill. I just want to thank, they're almost all gone now, but everyone who showed up tonight. Whoever's left here, thank you for coming. We appreciate it. We hardly ever see anybody in our meetings. It's sort of nice to actually have people once in a while. No, we exist. Jeff was right that we got, I think, over 100 emails from concerned parents. I think it's a testament to this school, to the people of this school, to show that they truly spent time writing those emails, expressing their thoughts. Most of the emails were not 1 sentence or 2 sentences, slow paper paragraphs. Those were some extensive emails. A couple were just ridiculously extensive. The good and ridiculous extensive, not bad. So I just think that's a really good sign for our school. I would like to thank everyone who participated in this process. Thanks.
Jake?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks as well. A lot of the emails were passionate, and it really made me sit down and think about all aspects, administration, staff, everybody. And so thanks for the involvement, and just kudos to the staff and the administration here. And seeing all the extracurricular activities go on, football games, and everything else has been really encouraging, really fun to see. So good job.
I'd just like to say thanks for having me back. It came to about 10 years worth of board meetings. And I can tell you, I remember the first board meeting in Bishop Blair. We didn't know where we were going or what was going to happen, but it all worked out. Because of people like you that put their heart into this school and this program for the kids. We founded University Schools. It was all about the kids. That was it. And what I told everybody was, a business has a mortgage chart. You might have a CEO and a president all the way down, to the workers. But the first org chart that we made for University Schools had the kids on top. And we were all there for the kids. The faculty was there for the kids. The staff was there for the kids. And is this our 20th, 21st year? 21st year. So, thank you, everybody. I'll see you all live.
Amanda?
I don't think I have anything, so thank you.
You, Justin?
I just want to echo those words of gratitude as well, and thank everybody for coming out. I just think, though we're a smaller school and, opposed to the district, we had a great representation of both family and students and parents that were there. So I think that says a lot about us as a school as well. So.
Perfect. And then who's our joint use rep that we decided on? That would be me. Okay. And I don't really have anything, right? Okay. So there's been no meeting for joint use recently. Do we know what the next one is?
I think it's next week.
Is it next week?
I need to be aware of that then.
I said probably.
I thought I sent out a Google invite way back when. according to it, is Tuesday at 8:30. I'll make a note to send that. 8:30 a.m. I'll see if I can
And
resend that.
We do those here by Google Meet, so we don't meet in person.
Yeah.
I'll add you right now.
Perfect, so item 11 would be future business, which obviously we can probably stick COVID procedures on future business for the foreseeable future. And then our next regular meeting is scheduled for October 13th, 6 o'clock. And I will, if there's nothing else, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Ethan moved. Ryan seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same. Meeting adjourned at 10:06.
Thanks for coming. Great to see you.
Good to see you, Steve.
Good to see you, Tom. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, I thought that was so long.